A few days out from the NHL draft, Sabres general manager Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday. And if you missed that, you can find it on our website, WGR550.com. Among other things, he said that Matthias Samuelsson, the team has not considered buying him out at all. And there was a report about that earlier in the week. Adams also saying that they have met and talked with Alex Tuch and indicated that Tuch does want to be a Buffalo Sabre. He is 1 year out from free agency. He did not say the same about J.J. Peterka. When asked and pressed about whether Peterka has asked out of Buffalo, Adams would not say no. Again, NHL Draft Friday, 7 o'clock is the start of our coverage here on WGR. The Hockey Hall of Fame class of 2025 was announced yesterday, and the long-time snubbing of Alexander McGillney is over. He is in the Hall of Fame after a decade-long wait. He goes in with Zdeno Chara, Duncan Keith, Joe Thornton, Jennifer Botterill into the 2025 class of the Hall of Fame. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hello. I'm 46.
46. Happy birthday.
You know what I thought about yesterday? That's being 46 is not shocking. What's shocking is, Josh, how old are you?
26.
Yeah. I started sitting in this chair when I was 25.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's really messed up. Why are you guys all still listening to me? Why am I here? How is this possible?
Mm-hmm.
I was 25 when I sat down here with Howard.
Does it feel the same?
Well, the Sabres are bad.
Room looks the same.
The room. We've got a bet board, and there's a bet board. And there's a Gene Steratore cutout.
Yeah.
What else?
That Blues Brothers poster, I think, might have been here.
It might have been. 21 years ago, I wasn't so mad at Gene Steratore all the time. We didn't have a wide receiver big board 21 years ago.
No, I don't think.
I think we're going to keep that.
Are we sure about that?
We're going to keep that there for about 21 more years, by the way.
This is the first time I've ever gone to that famous birthdays website and not seen a TikTok or YouTuber as the number one.
That's because the resume is too good. The list is too good.
Well, there's only one person that precedes a list of TikTok and YouTubers after. Messi.
Messi's birthday's today?
Messi's birthdays.
Lionel,
wait a minute. No. This is delayed a day.
I would have known that.
They haven't updated today's birthdays yet. It still says today's birthdays are the 24th.
Yeah, Messi. Yeah, I would have known Messi.
Hold on.
I don't think there's anybody who could sneak by me. I know my roster.
Okay, no, your top 6 are all TikTok / YouTubers until you get to George Michael.
Yeah.
And then you start rolling with some
late great
some
George
Ricky
Michael.
Gervaises after that.
Happy birthday, Jonas Enroth. Happy birthday, Carlos Delgado. Happy birthday, Sonia Sotomayor. Happy birthday, the late Anthony Bourdain.
Yep. There's
George Orwell, too.
George Orwell.
Wow.
We got a squad.
Legend.
To squad. And I've got a couple friends that share this birthday with me. I'm 46. Happy birthday to me.
If you have friends that share the same birthday, are you more likely to go out to celebrate your birthday every year?
Sometimes. I would say in both cases of the people that I know that share a birthday with me, it was more meeting them along the way and then, we have the same birthday. And then you kind of, I don't know, click and you become friends off that. Acquaintances, friends, whatever. So
the source of the friendship would be that you had the same birthday?
It can sometimes be a nice, icebreaker point. You're out for your birthday. That's my birthday too. Oh, blah, blah, blah.
I see. Okay.
Right. That's happened a couple times. Anyway, Yeah, happy birthday to me. It's my birthday, which means a few things. One, you have to be nice to me today. In the chat, you have to be nice to me. Number two, I'm not going to get shouty, yelly, mad at the Sabres today. It's not. I'm not.
I think as it being your birthday, you have the right to if you want to.
I don't think a grown man should be as angry. I say this. I watched the afternoon show and listened to the afternoon show, and I was just like, yeah, all that stuff, everything you guys said. But since it's my birthday today, I'm not going to lose control. About the Sabres.
You're sure about that?
About a Sabres press conference.
Right.
Not even like an outcome. But, man, that was pretty rough. We're going to talk to Paul at 7 o'clock. Paul at 7. 100 holes is tomorrow for me, so we've got Simon Bennett at 8:30 tell us about the history of the 100 holes as we get going and try to raise some more money for our causes. And, just hang out.
Have some fun.
Yep. So, anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring. You can say happy birthday and give us a take on the Sabres. For my birthday, fill the phone lines so we can talk and we can, figure out what we're going to do with this hockey team. Yesterday was.
I can't promise that I won't lose control at some point over the course of today.
To me, yesterday was a great example of I listened to the press conference, and sports. One of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones.
Yep.
This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. I mean, everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you? Who is anyone to doubt me mindset? Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Beane, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it.
Right.
You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. We did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, I mean, he's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that.
No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting?
Yeah.
How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like it happens all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think.
Yeah. Well, the news is Peterka has asked for a trade.
100%.
Can we all now say
yes?
Yes, the agent is posturing. They don't have to do anything, but we all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth, because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was, maybe he doesn't care. If there was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade, they absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, oh, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about 2 separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. So I don't think there's any hiding it. And I wonder if the source of the attitude or the tone that came across about misinformation in Mattias Samuelsson was actually frustration about the Peterka situation. That, misinformation, like, I'm not going to say that the Peterka stuff is misinformation because it doesn't sound like it is. So, but I'm angry about it, so I'm going to take it out on you because of this other Samuelsson blurb that got mentioned earlier in the week.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's the same reporter.
You're yelling about something that you can yell about.
Right. And it's the same reporter. So, right. But just my biggest holdup is the Samuelsson part of it. To not have the sense that your fans are not mad about misinformation about Samuelsson. That might have been the highlight of their week as a Sabre fan, was the idea that he might no longer play for the team. He's got to be the most unpopular player on the roster.
It's up there.
If he's not number one, he's on the list.
The other players that would be listed below him are players that maybe people don't know are on the roster.
Right. Lafferty or somebody. So the idea that, okay, they are fed up with him and are ready to move on for a buyout that is basically a rounding error on their salary cap. I think that was met with
mocking. It was mocked. The concept was mocked.
The concept of them buying
him out was mocked. We haven't had that conversation once, and that's not fair to Sammy or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the concept was mocked. The funny thing about the Samuelsson thing is, what was it, Monday, that we kind of bent over backwards thinking, what if they thought ahead, so far ahead,
right,
that they envisioned this buyout? The concept of buying out Samuelsson, they don't have to do it. Maybe they don't want to buy him out because they're going to trade him for a second-round pick, and it's a free second-round pick. Who knows? But we bent over backwards trying to think, could they have thought so far ahead, thinking that a buyout here wouldn't be that bad if it's not going well? Because the buyout's not bad at all. And then the other side of it was, I joked to you that maybe the buyout dead cap number isn't high enough, and they'd like it better if it were higher. Like a Skinner, that's $4 million dead cap and $6 million dead cap, which next year Skinner's 6.4. Are they happy about dead caps? Who knows? Anyway, that's budget stuff. But man,
well, there's a huge money part of it too. Like, there's no credit given to the idea, to the fact that they would even consider it. Like, and I don't believe that. Does anyone believe that? That they didn't bring it up for 30 seconds in a meeting?
I think I believe that they did not discuss it.
Not even one time.
Well, here's the thing.
Because that to me is a problem. That you have a player that is that poor, and you have a way out, and what, people afraid to mention it in the room?
They didn't buy out Sobotka, and he was one of the worst forwards in the league.
Did they talk about it, though?
Who knows?
You should at least discuss these things.
Right.
I would think, when a player is falling way short of what you paid him to do. That's like, we'll talk to Paul about this. Like, what is the defense for keeping him around? For not even being willing to consider it, and enough to be mad that it would be out there that you would be willing to consider it. It's incredible. Over that player? I mean, in the money part of it, if you buy him out right now, what do you owe him? You owe him $7 million?
Yep.
And yes, it's spread out over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
If you wait till next year to buy out Mattias Samuelsson, just hypothetical, and this is more even for like the Pagula end of it, and that maybe not wanting to spend a lot of money.
It doubles, right?
Well, the buyout doubles, but add in the $4.285 million that you're going to pay him this year. So money you're going to pay to Mattias Samuelsson. You buy him out right now, it's $7.1 million. The buyout's 11, and you're paying 0.4, and you're paying him 4.2. So you're approaching $16 million paid to him just by waiting a year and buying him out next year.
It feels like that's the kind of thing they maybe should discuss.
It almost feels like a layup.
Yeah.
Unless you believe the player is way better than everybody else does, or way more important than everybody else does.
There's that word, believe. We believe. I believe. I mean, it's tough because the Sabres, as an organization, have been defined by inaction and simply believing things will get better. That's a lot of what they do. I believe in this. And not to shift away from Samuelsson, we can get there, but belief in UPL and Levi. I believe in them. I have all the belief in the world in them. I almost want to follow up. How much belief do you have in Connor Hellebuck? Yeah. Some goalies are good and some goalies are not good, and some goalies you're not sure about. Believing in UPL and Levi is not a strategy. That's what they did this past year.
For them, hasn't it been?
It has been.
It has been their strategy.
It's not a strategy. Believing in UPL and Levi, that's what they did this year. And Levi couldn't stay in the NHL.
Right.
And UPL had a terrible year. And in key moments, they rode James Reimer down the stretch.
Right.
James Reimer down the stretch, who basically moved their draft position from 6th to 9th. And yesterday, Jerry Fortin says they got 7 players they like.
Mm-hmm.
All right. thanks to James Reimer. I'm not sitting here telling you they should have tanked, but they turned to James Reimer, a guy that got waived, and then they got him back. We believe in UPL and Levi. It's just kind of tough. It's really tough to see a professional sports organization run in such a way that they should be as embarrassed as any team in the professional sports sphere about their results for more than a decade, and they're still kind of defiant about it. We haven't even gotten to what I thought was the low point of the press conference. And, were there high points?
Of the press conference?
Yeah, was there a good moment?
I guess an indication that Tuck is wanting to stay long term.
Sure. I feel like that could change. I mean, like he might have said, like, I'd love to be here. Let's see how the year goes, and let's get into the year and have a conversation about it. Because what happens if a year from now they're talking about a rebuild? He's not going to want to be around for that. Nobody's going to want to be around for that.
Right.
If a year from now Darlene gets fed up and he wants to go, then Tuck's to say, like, then I'm definitely going to go. And I don't know if we should plan on everybody jumping ship, but then there's a new GM, in theory, who knows. Anyway, the low point for me in the press conference yesterday was kind of near the end. As we went along, and there's some things that are unintentionally funny that we will have some fun with, and I will say 1,000 times throughout this process, they could make the playoffs next year. It's not exactly supposed to be that hard. You just make a couple moves. Like if you went through the NHL's history and found teams that finished with 78 points, 79 points, and then made the playoffs next year, it's not nuts at all. They could make the playoffs next year. Part of my concern, part of what I guess I would worry about, if they make the playoffs, does Kevin Adams feel like he's crowned? Does he get a decade? Because the job...
He might have that anyway.
Right, that's right. The job used to be, can this GM get us to a championship?
Right.
And now, like, can you imagine the Sabres as good and Adams being shrewd enough to make the moves to get them to the very, very top when most of their plans are just, we believe in this player that's already here. I know his hands are tied on a number of things when it comes to free agency, when it comes to no trade clauses, no movement clauses, but, man, it's all just kind of this... I've said it before. They're a second-tier soccer team that needs to get promoted. That they have been relegated and they need to get promoted to the playoffs. And for them, that is the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup for the Sabres is making the playoffs, and we kind of have to accept that is it until further notice. If they're able to do that, that's the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
It's either that or a right-shot defenseman is their Stanley Cup because they've been talking about that for 10 years. A right-shot defenseman. Maybe they'll get a right-shot defenseman. Anyway, it's my birthday. I'm not supposed to get this snarky. But, all right, the low point. I want to play one clip from this press conference. We'll play more throughout the day. To me, the low point, this brought me back to the Kruger days. There's a moment in this press conference that brings me back to the Kruger days, and that's kind of near the end. Mike Harrington from the Buffalo News asks a very good, very important, very... hey, let's all talk about one thing here kind of question.
Okay.
And that is, you guys were bad and nothing happened. Here's the clip and then Adam's answer.
You had a 79-point season, and essentially the only thing you traded out was a strength and conditioning coach. That's, to be frank, is odd. I mean, you're not going to fire the coach. He just got here. You've been here a while. No assistant GMs moved. No assistant coaches moved. Do you get the sense that why people think that's usual and you're just running things back from the same unit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't worry about what people think, or I don't pay attention to noise or outside perspective. I think I've been pretty clear. I'll do whatever I believe is right to help the organization, which is something that we've backed up over the years in terms of whether it's coaching changes or, like you just mentioned, a complete new strength conditioning, adding Yarmo, adding Eric Stahl. I mean, Eric Stahl has just left a meeting that had incredible, in my mind, perspective, and, the way he articulates this is a really big addition to our staff. So, and I think I just said that if there's an upgrade to make in the coaching staff that Lindy or I felt was going to help our team, then we would do it. Not worried about, what people may think. This is about us doing the best we can in our minds to put the best team on the ice and best staff.
It's a long answer. There's a couple things in there that jump out. But the thing that took me back to the Kruger days was I remember keying in on Kruger at one point because he said of fan unrest and fan anger, it doesn't cross my desk. And I remember that day, I'd like to find my tweet on it. I don't understand why professional sports organizations, and the Sabres especially, do this a lot. Bottrell, fans want the coach fired? Kruger, it doesn't cross my desk. Adams, I don't care what anyone thinks. I don't listen to the outside world. I mean, we're talking about your fans here, not just outside observers. And I don't know, and I can never understand why the Sabres, especially for years and years and years and years, think it's a good message to say, I don't care or hear anything from the outside. I will never understand why anybody thinks, any GM could sit up there and think, that is a good thing to say. I don't hear it. Wow. You don't hear it? Then open the windows down there. It's insulting.
Yeah.
The fans...
It's to tell your fans that, hey, you're screaming into a void. I don't hear it.
It's to tell your fans, what are you mad about? I don't listen to that. Who cares about that? It's the old, if you're listening to the fans, you're going to sit with them, that old adage, which is, of course, not really true. We don't live in a world where every sports fan is an idiot. Some of us are, myself included sometimes. But I will never understand it. I'll never... You need someone in a PR role to help there. Right. I don't hear it. You don't hear it. I'll never forget. I mentioned those two, that Bottrell and that clip and that Kruger clip. And here's Adams adding his own. I don't really listen to outside noise. You definitely do. You brought up Samuelson. You definitely listen to outside noise.
He listens to outside noise from maybe the outside, but again, maybe it's not enough of your own customer base because you didn't know that they... You thought they would be upset by the misinformation about Samuelson.
I feel bad for our fans because of trade rumors.
Right.
It's really what it is.
So maybe it is that the fan part of it doesn't cross his desk, which is the most insulting part of it.
Right. And if for an organization that's, tried to mend their relationship with their fans, and the Granato years accomplished that. And how did they do that? Granato was pretty honest. Granato was really welcoming. He was, when we would talk to him on the air, he would be very, very just whatever. Agreeable,
more forthcoming,
understanding, right. Very open and honest, very transparent. And now they're kind of back to not that at all. And Adams, when I think back to when he started and he got the job, there was a humility and an earnestness. We knew he was inexperienced, but right when he got the job, maybe it's because people were lined up to, bash Eichel with a bat.
Yeah.
But there was a little bit of like, all right, you know what? Like, he cares, and there's no doubt he still cares. But there was an earnestness there. And now, like, the humility and the earnestness is gone, and it's defiance, and it's, I don't hear that, outside noise, distractions, and
then to also follow that up with, strength and conditioning coach. Right. And
Eric
should have heard Eric Stahl in the meeting.
Eric Stahl and Yarmo, I don't think there's anything bad about Eric Stahl and Yarmo joining the staff. But again, it's off-season number 6. It's off-season number 6.
Yeah.
And you're saying, we just had a meeting where Eric Stahl gave such great perspective. And I don't dispute that might have happened, but it sounds like my girlfriend lives in Canada. It sounds like you should see. You should see. You should have heard about this.
She goes to another school.
Yeah, she goes to another school. You should hear. Oh, you should have seen exactly what just happened. I mean, it was brilliant.
Speaking of which, did we find this out for sure yesterday? It just kind of came about that the Sabres have an assistant coach and their two most experienced people in the front office that all work remotely and don't live in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Like they don't go to the building day to day.
Which how
Kekalainen lives in Columbus, Karmanos lives in Pittsburgh, and there's an assistant coach that lives somewhere else. Like I don't know if that matters.
There's a lot of remote work out there.
I guess. There was a lot of things that might have been 50th on the list, but part of me does want to feel bad for him on some level of even that part of it. You're going into the office. Who's there? I don't know how many people are helping him with messaging, and Yarmo's not there, and Karmanos isn't there when you go into work that day. You were probably underqualified for the job in the first place, and it feels like you're just kind of on your own trying to do it. And every press conference just makes me think this job is just too much for him. This job specifically here, it is too much for this guy.
I don't know that I think that because I don't know that anybody else given the job would be given the resources to do it in the right way. I mean, look at the front office. You just mentioned, he just hired 2 new people to work remotely. How many people worked there before? Not enough.
Not a lot.
Not enough. All right. Here we are. It's my birthday.
It's his birthday.
Happy birthday to me.
Should order a cake. It's usually something you do ahead of time, though. You'll probably have cake later. You don't want to do cake twice in one day. Anyway.
That is usually the kind of thing you do ahead of time.
Will you have a cake later?
I don't know.
You a big cake eater?
Possibly. Oh, you call me Adam Banks now?
No.
Cake eater?
Who's Adam Banks?
What?
Adam Banks?
Yeah. Cake eater?
Don't know him.
You do. This is
sure?
This is a yes, you do. It's before 7 a.m. It's not ringing for you.
You're right.
Okay.
Sorry.
The looks from Owen and Josh. I'm
Adam
like,
Banks.
hold on. Give him a minute. He knows.
It also has been so long since I've seen the Mighty Ducks.
Okay, for sure. But Cake Eater is very much
Yeah, that's right. It's early.
Right. Showing our hockey chops here. 803-0550. A lot of folks already in the chat fired up, bringing comments. We'll definitely check in with the bullpen today. That's one of my birthday wishes is to check in on what's going on in the chat. Mm-hmm. We'll do that today. We'll talk to Paul at 7 o'clock. We'll, talk about all of it, I suppose. It's 803-0550 to join us. I don't know if people will call about this or if it's just kind of like, pretty much. That's how it goes. Yep.
We like to hear you vent, though.
It's fine. Yeah.
Call in and vent.
You should have heard Stahl in this meeting. I'm not even saying it's not true. It's just the kind of thing. Okay. It's AC on the chat points out. Girlfriend lives in Canada is actually very believable in Buffalo, and that's probably true. So fair enough. Anyway, what do we do with it all? What are we supposed to do?
I got some numbers, by the way, on that claim that, we fire coaches that Adams made there.
All right. Jeremy and Joe, Josh is here, Owen's here. We're hanging out. It's beautiful. It's a little cooler today. Not as humid, not as hot, but still, right here in the thick of summer in late June. Give us a ring, 803-0550 if you want, to throw anything our way. We'd be happy to have you here on WGR. We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. Mm-hmm. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was... maybe he doesn't care. There was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade. They absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. It might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any hiding it.
To me, yesterday was a great example of I listened to the press conference, and sports. One of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones. Yep. This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. Everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you? Who is anyone to doubt me mindset? Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? Mm-hmm. And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Beane, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it.
Right.
You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. We did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, He's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that.
No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting?
Yeah.
How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like
I don't know,
it happens all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think.
Wonder what the Sabres' appetite is for those big long-term deals on some of these younger players, and whether or not Peterka would be a guy that they would be interested in that for. Because if they're not interested long-term, well, maybe that's why the agent's starting to kind of pull the levers to get him somewhere that would be interested in something long-term. What do you think the Sabres' appetite is on Peterka?
Yeah, maybe that's why the agent really got started with this, because he might not. They may be at an impasse as far as the contract goes. And so, he's taking another tact and doing it the other way. So, the problem with JJ, he does have 55 goals in his last 2 years. He also, analytically, is not good at all. And, it's you look at him in his own end. I think there was some improvement. I think it was a small improvement. But he certainly, when you look at it, does not grade out as a good player in his own end, and his numbers would speak to that.
Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday ahead of the NHL draft on Friday says the team has not even considered buying out defenseman Matthias Samuelsson, who was a very favorable buyout under $1 million a year this offseason. Alex Tuck, Adams says, does want to be a Buffalo Sabre. He would not say the same about J.J. Peterka. When asked whether Peterka wants a trade out of Buffalo, he would not say no on the Peterka front. You can find all that audio and Paul's story on our website, WGR550.com. Alexander McGillney makes the Hockey Hall of Fame class of 2025, along with Zdeno Chara, Joe Thornton, Duncan Keith, and Jennifer Bottrell. McGillney, of course, 76 goals in the early 90s, defected over from the Soviet Union, then a long career into the mid-2000s. One football note. Yesterday in a podcast, Browns wide receiver Deontay Johnson says that he believes the team is going to start Kenny Pickett at quarterback in week number 1. Pickett's competing with Joe Flacco, Shadur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan, a finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
It's important to have people in your organization, players, coaches, staff, that believe in what you're doing and want to be here for the right reason. And paying someone more money, hoping that they'll make them happy, isn't usually a recipe for success. You have to have players that buy into and believe what you're doing and wake up every day in Buffalo excited to be a Sabre. I think that's important. In saying that, are there hard conversations with times? Are players at times frustrated with things? Absolutely, and that's part of the relationship building that I believe in from my job through the coaches, having those conversations. There's hard days too where players are frustrated or I'm frustrated, but that doesn't mean you just, because a player is upset at that day and you're just trading them.
The Sabres general manager, Kevin Adams, from yesterday's press conference. I had briefly forgotten about the idea that paying players more money won't necessarily make them happy. Ian Rappaport here. Guys, sources tell me that this team has decided not to offer the player more money than its other teams, but just, that they've actually given that player a talk and how money doesn't bring happiness. Sorry, I don't know what the NFL
I can't say the thing about, it's been years since he said the players don't want to be here thing.
It really when he
just said it.
When he did say it. He did drop the players that want to be here, but even to say, oh man, like, is that a new? I forget. Like, what
the money part of that is just like that is excuse making for not spending. Why we're not going to spend, right?
Yeah, that's an incredible spin about not spending. Well, I mean, giving a guy more money is not going to make him happy if he doesn't want to be here. Okay, people take jobs for money. People take jobs and then do those jobs well for money. That's what jobs are.
Isn't that how you get great players to come when you're not that good yet?
The thing about money...
Why did Mario Williams come to Buffalo? They offered him $100 million.
Right. And he liked the deers in the backyard. But this just occurs to me. Where's Mitch Marner going to play? I don't know. Does Mitch Marner wake up loving being a Vegas Golden Knight? No. Does he wake up loving being a member of the insert other teams here? What he loves is hockey. And he wants to go to a team where the hockey is good. And they pay him a lot. And they win a lot of games. The idea that you...
Likes the logo.
The idea that you're going to, we got to have someone that loves being a Buffalo Sabre. Did Jason Zucker until 364 days ago love being a Buffalo Sabre? These people love hockey. Alex Tuck loved the Buffalo Sabres growing up. Did Tage Thompson? Did Rasmus Dahlin?
Mm-hmm.
They love the sport. You are in the sport and employ players from the sport. Mm-hmm. And to suggest, again, like maybe he's not the guy to be mad at here because it's all incredible just glossing over the reasons we don't spend. It's really what it is.
Right.
These are the reasons we don't spend. A little more money's not going to make that guy happy. No, it might make him sign on the dotted line. And if you do enough of those players who all love to play hockey would do so on a team, which is something else that hockey players love to do, play on a team. And all these things that they love are built in. If they don't love it, it's because of something that you did wrong as a professional sports organization.
Right.
Or maybe they don't like Winnipeg or Buffalo. There are going to be some players like that. Again, most of the players that come to play in this league are born in cold places. This is not Deontay Johnson saying he didn't want to go to a football game because it was 41 degrees.
Right. This league, we're still 64% or something still are from Canada.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
They love the sport. You're in the best league, and you get to pay them money to play it for you and try to win. You got to wake up loving Buffalo? Okay.
Who is that describing?
It's Alex Tuck. It's really only Alex Tuck.
It's just Alex Tuck.
And we don't even know if that's true anymore.
Right. It maybe was true, and is it true now? That is still an individual never signed a contract with the Buffalo Sabres.
Right. I mean, you could say Rasmus Dahlin loves it, but it's a little bit like, the Seinfeld bit, we all root for laundry. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe, by the way. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Kevin Adams spoke for a while yesterday. We'll talk about it with Paul Hamilton at 7. We'll get some football stuff in as well. But Josh Allen loves being a Buffalo Bill. What if he was drafted by Denver? He'd love being a Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
He loves football. And then you go to an environment where you win, you play well, you meet the fans, you move into a city and you start to love the city, or you start to love the team. This idea that, did Sam Lafferty just hey, I called my agent. I was like, I don't want to hear offers for more money. I love being a Buffalo Sabre. Is Connor Clifton
right?
What even is this pitch?
Well, really, the pitch, I think, is really, maybe he's talking more about the players that are already here. And like you mentioned, Allen falls in love with the environment and everything once he's here. Whereas, JJ Peterka, how come you're not doing that? But again, that's look in the mirror.
Yeah, right.
There is very good reasons why somebody could play a few years for you and not be falling in love with the idea of being a Buffalo Sabre as the experience is ongoing for them. How could they?
Right. They could make the playoffs.
How could they?
And we would celebrate.
And then it'd be different.
Maybe. Or maybe it would be like teams that make the playoffs. Players leave those teams too.
Right.
Players leave all these teams.
It's just more excuse making for why they're going to lose good players and why they're not going to replace them with people that are good because those people cost money. Right? It's a hamster wheel. They're just going to They're going to trade this guy, right?
Yeah, I think
and they're going to trade him because we don't want anybody that even doesn't want to bleed blue and gold. You even are thinking about, no, you're out. We're good. We don't need, you don't want to be here. We don't want you to be here.
Yep.
Like, just, I don't know, very quick to that. And it's just, is it a bad precedent to set? I'm thinking about, like, you ever have a high school job where, like, everybody, like, you work with a bunch of friends and, like, everybody hates the job.
Yep.
And you talk about every time you're there, like, oh man, this job stinks. But you keep doing it. And then that first person quits, and then everybody else has quit within a couple of months after that first person has quit. It's like, Johnny quit, so maybe, I think it's time. That could be this.
Yeah.
I hope it's not. But are Dahlin and Tage are going to, in a year, look back on, if I do want out, it looked pretty seamless for JJ. He got out pretty easily. We could talk about precedents, but... if you played a little hardball here and they're thinking that in the future, it's, look how they dealt with JJ on that. Again, it sounds like though you are trapping these players, but aren't we all trapped? Isn't everybody trapped in this thing? Everybody's trapped. The players are trapped. The fans are trapped. It's a trap. The whole thing. And just everyone's trying to claw out of it together. So, all right, you're trapped. Like, get in line. Peterka, like, everybody feels trapped probably with this team. Because I just don't know where you're going to find a list of players that are going to fit the description that Adams just gave, which is they just want to badly be a Buffalo Sabre. You're not going to find that.
Right. You're not. Not very
Patrick
often.
Kane is from here, and he said no.
Multiple times.
So if you can go find another guy who grew up a Sabre fan somewhere in the league, I don't know.
It's just not realistic. I mean,
Marcus Foligno grew up a Sabre fan. He talked like he'll never come back here.
Mitch Marner's dream is to play for the Leafs, and he's probably going to leave because they were, it's not the dream you think it is when all the pressure comes in. And
that's right.
And that's a team with high standards.
That's right.
Here we are. Most of this yelling at ourselves and yelling at each other about this is we just want the Sabres to just be normal. Can you just be normal? Mm-hmm. Just be a regular team.
I do think there would be... It wouldn't feel this frustrating, even with the losing, if it just felt like there was a major push made to end it all, to end this streak, to end this era, and it doesn't. That's the biggest problem is not winning, but the next biggest problem is you don't ever feel like they're desperate to end it, right?
No.
Like it feels like they're. What? They're a mom and pop shop.
And
in a professional sports league that I don't like I pulled up a list yesterday when Adams said that about how like, oh, we fire coaches, like when asked about Harrington, the clip we played. And like, dude, there are 9 teams in the league that have done this more than you have. Fired coaches and general managers. The Sabres have this reputation of, they never give anybody a chance and they're always too quick on the trigger when maybe many times they've been too slow at it. And they've had 10 GMs and head coaches during this playoff drought. And that time, Edmonton's had 16. Philly's had 13. Calgary's had more. Toronto's had more. Florida, Vancouver, New Jersey, Columbus, Ottawa.
Those are all teams that have had more success, too.
A lot of them. Yeah, right.
All of them.
Edmonton and Florida have been in the finals 2 years in a row. And they've made more changes than the Sabres have in that time span. Like, you're not different. You're not special or even you're not firing people at the rate that it probably warrants. And a lot of that is what's happening right now, that this GM is going into his 6th season.
Alexander Mogilny got a call to the Hall of Fame.
Finally.
It's a good day for Sabres fans, right? He got the call reading an article at NHL.com from Mike Zeisberger, our buddy, and there's the quote from Mogilny. He answers, he's grateful and thankful, says, it's 3 a.m. here. They called him at 3 a.m. Hello? You've made the Hockey Hall of Fame. Great. We made you wait 17 years and then called you at 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
By the way, if you get a call at 3 a.m., what are the chances you're waking up for the call? Isn't your ringer on silent?
0. I am never Is there a function where someone can call you, like it's an emergency call where it makes it ring?
Yeah, like
Isn't that an
urgency? Can you add Mogilny's got all the contacts that are allowed to actually ring at 3 a.m. and one of them is Hockey Hall of Fame. Let that call through.
Well, who is calling him? Is it like a former teammate? Like doesn't the NFL like get a little more ceremonial now?
Yes, they show up in person. The former NHL great, he serves as the 56-year-old Ron Francis.
Ron Francis is the one who called him?
Chair of the Hockey Hall of Fame Selection Committee. So the message to Mogilny, who's currently president of his hometown team of the KHL, congratulations on being elected to the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, Mogilny in his phone is like, here are the people that are allowed to call me at 3 a.m. Ron Francis. Oh, it's Ron. It's 3 a.m.
Right.
Let's get a break in. If you want to jump on, 803-0550, we can talk Mogilny and how great that is. That's great news. Long, long overdue. Alexander Mogilny going to the Hall of Fame. And Paul Hamilton, top of the hour. Randall will get your call right on the other side here on WGR. To me, yesterday was a great example of, I listened to the press conference, and, sports, one of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones. Yep. This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. I mean, everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you, who is anyone to doubt me mindset. Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Beane, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it.
Right.
You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, I mean, he's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that.
No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting?
Yeah.
How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like it happens all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think. My biggest holdup is the Samuelsson part of it. To not have the sense that your fans are not mad about misinformation about Samuelsson. That might have been the highlight of their week as a Sabre fan, was the idea that he might no longer play for the team. He's got to be the most unpopular player on the roster.
It's up there.
If he's not number 1, he's on the list.
The other players that would be listed below him are players that maybe people don't know are on the roster.
Right. Lafferty or somebody. So the idea that, okay, they are fed up with him and are ready to move on for a buyout that is basically a rounding error on their salary cap. I think that was met with
mocking. It was mocked. The concept was mocked.
The concept of them buying him out was mocked.
We haven't had that conversation once, and that's not fair to Sammy or something like that. Like, that's...
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the concept was mocked. We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth, because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was maybe he doesn't care. There was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade. They absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, oh, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any hiding it.
Wednesday. Happy birthday, Jonas Enroth and Carlos Delgado. Randall and Blaisdell. What's up, Randall?
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you?
All right. How are you?
Oh, fabulous. What happened to first off, let's congratulate Mr. Mogilny on his induction to the Hall of Fame. I think well overdue. My concern is with yesterday's press conference. We've got Mr. Fergulo who said, yeah, we're going to get some Stanley Cups here. I just don't understand why Mr. Adams is continually put in a position here of trying to make decisions when he can't make any decisions whatsoever. I don't know what's going on around him, but frankly, this team is imploding, and I don't know if the public really wants to support him anymore. You know, I think it's a great team, but at the same time, we need to do better. Management needs to do better because we would all be out of jobs with the way Kevin is doing his job. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Randall. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's almost the flip side of there are people in town that want McDermott gone, and I would say, like, who are you going to get instead? Mm-hmm. It would have to be a coach that rated really highly at the top end, you would think. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that you're going to just walk out the door and find a guy that's great. Where am I going with this? Go to the other side of the spectrum. I don't think there's too many people that, would say Kevin Adams has done a great job. You might think he's hamstrung by a lot of different factors. But if they fired him, the question would be, who are you going to hire? And there would be lots of good ideas, and it would basically come down to, but who could you get? Yarmo, Kevin Adams yesterday said he had a lot of offers, and he chose us. Okay. What was the offer? You get to stay where you are?
I was just going to ask, is that what convinced them that you can still live in Columbus?
Yeah, you're just going to be a remote advisor to us.
Which is, by the way, not like unheard of. Like,
no, not at all.
No.
Rick Dudley, right?
Rick Dudley lives in Lewiston, and he's been the Panthers' senior advisor for like 5 years now. So
let me tell you, I'd like to get one of those gigs. Consultant. You just, I
think everyone's goal in life should just be to get to
consultant status. You're walking up to the 8th green about to putt. Brung, brung, yeah. Oh, hey, Kev. Yeah. Love that trade idea. I'm on board. Boop. I'm gonna make this birdie putt right here. I don't know if that's what Yarmo's doing, but that's the kind of gig I want. Yeah. You're just out there playing golf. Get a call. What do you think? Love it. Rubber stamp. Make the move.
Uh-huh.
I got to see one of these. No, I'll stop. It's fine. Consultant.
What would you most want to be a consultant for? Fantasy football consultant? On call at all times?
Golf apparel.
Golf apparel consultant?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Why not? Paul Hamilton.
FaceTime in.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton when we get back. What else? What else could I be a consultant for? I don't know. Probably not much. Paul Hamilton, when we return, we'll get his thoughts on the press conference, things to take away from it. It was supposed to be about the draft, and there was some stuff in there about the draft.
There were draft
their willingness to move the pick and what they're going to do. It definitely did kind of set a tone for, I think, for don't expect a lot this offseason because, some of the stuff that was suggested, I don't know, it just was not the right tone. Really, a lot of it was not the right tone. We'll get Paul's thoughts, see what he thought of it. Paul Hamilton coming up on the other side on WGR.
There are ideas that could be had that would make an impact as much as a Peterka trade would, where you would get something back of value, but are you going to want to trade? You're not going to want to trade Alex Tuck away, right?
No, I don't think so. I think that's probably off the table.
You're not going to want to trade Tage away. Unless you're trying to do, that Huberdeau trade, right? Huberdeau was Tage for Florida, and they said, all right, we're willing to do this because they're in a very different position. They had won the President's Trophy and then got swept in the second round by the team they couldn't beat in the playoffs. So very different reasoning for why they did that. But Huberdeau was their Tage, and they said, okay, we'll do it. We're going to make a massive, massive deal and not be afraid of the consequences and move them. The Sabres could do that, but otherwise, you're right. Like, Peterka would be the one. Or I do wonder about Kulich and Benson. Like, they would be the two that I would go to right after. Because that is, we're ready to win. Both guys have shown real promise, but 21 years old and 20 years old and playing big, meaningful roles for our team, nah, not this year. Mm-hmm. Like, we need to be older. We're not going to be the third youngest team in the league again. We're not, going to be relying on kids. Like, come on. Maybe that's a Kekalainen thing. Like, you are not putting Zach Benson on your second line and Kulich on your first line to start the season. Go trade them away and get guys that are 5 years older.
But you don't actually want to do that, do you?
Tell me who the player is.
Right.
I love watching Zach Benson play hockey, and I think it would be very disappointing to see him be traded, but is there an idea out there that I would... If he was the key piece that you needed to deal to get Jason Robertson, I am not saying no to that.
The thing on Peterka that I guess I'm latched in on, will they trade him, is because I don't know how they fundamentally change their roster if they don't.
Mm-hmm.
How else do they do it? Byram, I don't
think...
Byram
traded.
Gets you what? Is Byram getting you a lot?
Is Byram just being gone in the first place? Byram played more minutes for them last season than any player. Like, that is a... Could I call it an addition by subtraction to some degree?
You cannot. No.
I could call it they're changing out.
You could
they're
say,
at least changing out the player that played more than anybody else on the team last season.
Okay, but he's not supposed to play more than any player on the team. Because other guys got hurt.
He's supposed to play 20 minutes a night.
All right, well, they're going to trade him out for another guy that is going to play 20 minutes, and it won't fundamentally change who they are. And the other piece is what? Samuelson's going to be bought out? So they're going to I'm almost going to steal here. They're going to trade out Mac Hollins and Amari Cooper for Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore.
I think they play bigger roles than that. They are not great at those roles.
They play bigger roles than Mac Hollins? Didn't he lead all receivers in snaps?
He did.
Okay.
But he wasn't getting the ball the same way. Like, these people will have the puck on their stick a lot. And that's your third and fourth defenseman, really? And Byram played more than Power last year. At least he averaged more ice time, especially even strength. So... I hear you. Like, it's not. You wouldn't expect it to be massive difference unless they actually nail the two players that they would replace them for. And what are the odds of that? What are the odds they get significantly better? Like, there's a chance.
There's a chance.
But
anytime you're changing out any player, there's a chance.
But I'd want to be open to a guy that played 23 minutes a night getting rid of last year when there's a lot to signify that he actually wasn't that good. At least there's a lot of advanced numbers that show he actually wasn't that good. If I replace someone who played that much with somebody that maybe is good, I wouldn't want to say that's a fundamental shift of your team, but your team should be better.
That's a great idea. Where are you getting that player? Aren't you doing it by trading Peterka?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm getting at. I don't know how you fundamentally change and become better without trading something of value.
Sabres general manager Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday. Of the things that came up, says that the team has not even considered buying out defenseman Matthias Samuelsson. Says that Alex Tuch does want to be a Buffalo Sabre. He would not say no when asked if JJ Peterka has asked for a trade. You can get all the details on our website, WGR550.com. Also talk to Paul Hamilton. As the draft approaches Friday at 7 o'clock, which was the main source of or topic of yesterday's press conference, we'll have coverage starting at 7 on Friday. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. The Boston Celtics in the NBA are continuing to tear it down. They traded Drew Holiday earlier in the week to Portland. Last night, they trade their starting power forward, Kristaps Porzingis, to Atlanta in a 3-team trade. Jason Tatum's expected to be out for the full season for them. In football, Browns wide receiver Deontay Johnson said yesterday that he believes the team will start Kenny Pickett at quarterback in week 1 of the regular season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We had to really kind of try to build this organization up the appropriate way, and I do believe in building through the draft and developing players and making sure you have depth in your organization, which I think we've done a really solid job of. Have a good group of prospects, good group of players that aren't even in Rochester yet that are coming. So does it give you the comfort of saying if we move pick 9, we still have a lot of young, good assets? Absolutely. But I don't think you want to go into it saying, hey, I'm just moving this pick. But you're open to everything, and trust me, the league knows that I'm absolutely open to moving pick 9 if it's the right deal for us.
Sabres general manager Kevin Adams speaking with the media yesterday, the pre-draft press conference with Adams and Jerry Fortin. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Mr. Paul Hamilton, who was there in attendance. Jeremy and Joe, good Wednesday morning. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. Alexander McGillney gets in the Hall of Fame as well. That's big news. 17-year wait for him. He gets in. Let's start there, Paul. It's a nice, good topic people love. And, how did that news hit you? Long overdue and very happy for McGillney?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I never dreamed that he would have to wait till he was 56 years old to get into the league. I mean, here's a guy that had scored 30 and 39 goals, and then in his 4th season has 76 goals in 77 games in the 92-93 season. And that didn't even lead the league by himself. If you remember, he had the 76 goals. It didn't lead his team in scoring, was what I was trying to say. Pat LaFontaine, his centerman, had 95 assists and 148 points in that season. It was just a joy to watch those two maneuver together, and for the most part, they played together. Hockey, sometimes lines get shuffled, but for the most part, they played together. And Dale Howardchuk was also a big part of that team, and almost had 100 points. So it was a great team to watch. He was a great player to watch, and it wasn't only as a Buffalo Sabre either. I mean, even when he went to the Vancouver Canucks and to the New Jersey Devils where he won a Stanley Cup, I mean, this is a guy that had 1,032 points, 473 goals. I just never could understand why he wasn't in the Hall of Fame.
He was also the first Russian to be an NHL captain and the first Russian to be named to an All-Star team, Paul. And even
I want to fight back on that.
Okay, why?
The only reason he had to see on is because LaFontaine was injured.
So it was more he was more of like an interim captain.
He filled in for LaFontaine when he was the captain. He was never named captain of the team. But if you look through the Sabres, their captains, he's listed there. But so is everybody when they were doing Captain of the Month.
Right.
They were listed as captains too, and
it's like Spotchuk's on that list or something.
Yeah. So I've never. When I see pictures of him, with the C on, I'm always he wore the C, but he wasn't really the captain. He was just filling in when Pat LaFontaine was injured.
That's fair. What I was going to say is more that the story of how he gets here is almost worth him having inclusion in the first place because of, there was a Sportsnet documentary, I think like 10 years ago, about him leaving, and that's like compelling. Hearing Jerry Meehan talk about how they thought in Sweden they're being followed by the KGB while they have him in the car while they're waiting for their flights. Like, really, like it feels like ESPN or somebody could do like a deeper dive documentary on that.
Yeah, they were going through different countries, and they could have lost their lives doing this. What they were doing. It wasn't just, back then, these things weren't done, and you're dealing with Russia, and you're defecting from Russia, KGB, as you mentioned. It could have turned really ugly had they been caught on the way through. So, for him to decide, like he's going to defect from his junior team and come and play. And the Sabres, they weren't anticipating that was going to happen. They basically took a flyer on him. They knew the type of talent he had, and they all right, 5th round pick. You never know, type of a thing. I think the way they looked at it, he's our property, and I think is the way they looked at it. And if something happens where Russian players do start playing, then he's your guy. But it worked out really, really well for them that they did take a flyer on him.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. So Mogilny to the Hall of Fame. They woke him up at 3 a.m. with the news. Paul, maybe Mogilny, got on his phone and then started reading the Sabres press conference notes. Maybe, go just to WGR550.com, read your recap. What was your larger takeaway from yesterday? There's a lot of little stuff to dig into, but the press conference itself got a lot of reaction from Sabres fans, I think, that called this station, listening to the afternoon show. What was your biggest takeaway, zooming out on what Kevin Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say?
Believe it or not, the one thing that really stuck with me, and maybe I'm the only one that said this really stuck with me, is Kekalainen. His home base is going to be in Columbus. My ears really perked up with that, and I thought, that's not what I thought this was. I really like this hire. I think they did a really good job hiring him and bringing a guy in who's been an NHL GM for 11 years. And I think he can be a fantastic sounding board for Adams and the organization. He's been through a lot of situations where maybe they haven't, and to have a guy like him there to collaborate with. But I don't know. I just think he should be here. And Adams said, well, it's easy to get him here. It's only a 4 or 5 hour drive, whatever it is, and yeah. But I don't know. That just hit me wrong. I just thought you hired this guy to be here and to be in on conversations and to be in on decisions. And I know he will be here sometimes. But I just thought to myself, I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I just kind of thought I think this is a good hire, but I need him to be based in Buffalo. I need him to be here all the time and be available like that.
Yeah, Paul, I'm glad you brought that up, because when that happened, I thought the same thing initially, and I thought, all right, but remote work, like that happens. You're going to have some advisors or consultants that are remote. In this case, is it basically that your belief is that Kekalainen, we thought he'd be working so closely with this organization and this hire, that the idea that he's just a 4.5 hour drive away, and Adams also defended it by saying it's another hockey city, he sees more people, he can see games. Like, I thought Adams did a good job maybe explaining how it could be viewed in a positive, but I'm very much open to, it still seems like it's a little bit, rinky-dink of an operation if he's not even coming to town.
And I'm not saying it can't work. Yeah, we have Zooms and everything else. He can be in on every meeting through Zoom. And that type of thing. But just like when you're sitting watching a game together, You know how, as fans, like let's say you go as a fan to go see a game, and you're with your friends, and you're talking about baseball. You're at a Blue Jays game. You're talking about the league and those things, and all of a sudden things come up in a conversation as you're watching. But when you're a member of the organization and you're watching something, and you sit there and you're together in every game, and you can say, you know what, Johnny Smith here, I have seen him now for 5 straight games doing the same thing here, and just in general conversations. What do you think? Do you like what you see here? Does this have to be corrected, type of a thing? And I just, it just isn't what I was envisioning that thing, because I do think it's a very good hire, but it just wasn't envisioning what I thought. Now, on the other side of the coin, one thing I think was very encouraging is what he said about Alex Tuch, because I think that's an extremely important re-signing. And, I don't think Alex Tuch was, at the end of the season, he just sounded like, if you were a Buffalo Sabre fan, I think I'd be a little bit worried what he sounded like. Now, he didn't say he didn't want to be here or anything like that, but he also didn't say that he did. And it was just kind of like, But, Kevin Adams has said twice now, he said it in April and again, that this is a priority. He has made it very clear to Alex Tuch that he is a priority. He said that Alex Tuch wants to be back. And, so I think if you're a fan, I think that was a positive part that you heard there, that a guy, because he has a skill set and does things on the ice that just nobody else on the team does. And I think he's an extremely important part of this team if they are going to get better to be here. So I think that at least was an encouraging part of the press conference.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline talking about yesterday's Sabres pre-draft press conference, which was a lot about the team and a little bit about the draft as well. We can get to that. Paul Peterka, are his days numbered?
I get the distinct impression they don't want his days to be numbered. I think, and if I'm right on what I believe this is, and I think this is agent-driven, I think, and this wouldn't be the first time this has happened in Buffalo, where an agent said, we got to get you to a bigger market. You're going to make more money, the whole thing. And J.J. Peterka, I think back to that press conference in April, and I've listened back to it, and he gave zero indication that he wasn't happy with the Buffalo Sabres. He talked about how he can get better next year. He talked about playing for Lindy Ruff. It just, and I don't know. I just get, just because I know this agent and I know how he operates, Alan Walsh. I just wonder if Peterka got talked into this by his agent, because he did say that day that the contract came up, and he goes, I have nothing to do with that. He goes, I put all my trust in the agent, and my agent, he takes care of that. That's his thing, and I don't know. I just kind of think he got this. So to make, I'm getting long-winded here. As far as this from the Sabres standpoint, I think they still feel that maybe this can work out. And I know they don't want to trade him. I don't think it's something that they want to do. And Adams has talked about he's had hard conversations with players, and players get frustrated, and he gets frustrated. And he goes, you have hard conversations with players, and I still think they would like to keep him, and I don't think they've given up on keeping him, but conversations, of course, are being had, and you see what's out there and what's going to happen. None of us know exactly what's going to happen, but I still think they feel there's hope in keeping him here.
Yeah, and that's where these two opposing ideas meet. Where Adams again yesterday talked about how important it is for a player to want to be a Buffalo Sabre and wake up and be a Buffalo Sabre, and if a player has indicated, or if an agent is pushing for that player to not be, that would put Adams in a spot where he has to, I'm going to sign this player, even though that player might not feel that way. I thought it was a bit of a puzzling comment, his idea, this kind of gets to the Peterka thing. It gets to free agency. His note about how giving a player more money doesn't make them happy. They have to want to be here and wake up be here and happy. Like, if that's the case, then agents might seize on that and say, like, all right, well, that'll be easy. We'll just say we want to get out of here, because if you don't value paying the player and instead you value this, intangible notion of what it's like to be a Buffalo Sabre, which, for league standards right now is what it is. I just wonder if the agent sees that from Adams and doesn't see that as, an opportunity to act on it.
Maybe. I didn't take it that way, that they don't want to pay a player. I took it as we don't want to pay a player thinking just giving him money will make him happy. We got to get him on board before we pay the player is the way I took it. I didn't take it as we never want to pay the player type of a scenario, but I think that's the way that's the way I took that out of the press conference.
Okay. Devin Levi and UPL. Of course, it gets to that kind of season. It's kind of like the NFL draft. Oh, we're very comfortable with our insert position here. And then you draft that position anyway. For Adams to say he has all the faith in the world in UPL and Levi and say, if I start with those two in the season, that's fine. The offseason has not happened yet. So he can say that, and he doesn't necessarily have to mean that. We've talked about it a little bit. We talked about it earlier in the week, whether or not they would seek any goaltending help. And Adams' comments about Levi, it's up to him whenever he's ready. Paul, a team that's pushing for the playoffs and trying to end a drought has to be aggressive, trying to find saves at any cost. And I don't know that he means he's going to be passive at goal, but to say he has all the faith in the world in those two, that was the plan last year, and it did not really get him anywhere.
And he said it twice now. He said it in April also, with the same exact thing. So nothing really had changed in his feelings on that. And, he's not going to come out publicly, this is the way I looked at it, and say, yeah, I'm really nervous with those two. He wants to build them up, build their confidence up, especially Luukkonen. I mean, Luukkonen is a confidence thing as far as I'm concerned, and he admitted that when I asked him about that. He did not have the season last year that he had the year before, where his numbers in his last 35 games were as good as anybody's in the National Hockey League. He had some games that were good, but it certainly was a regression last year. So you're counting on that Devin Levi is ready to be an NHL goaltender, and that his skill set and his season and his year and a half in Rochester is going to carry over into the NHL. Or that Luukkonen is going to rediscover the goaltender he was not this past year, but the year before. And, that's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts as far, and it could happen. Both could be great. They could come to training camp, and both could turn into great goaltenders. As a general manager, I would not count on that, especially in a year that you absolutely have to make the playoffs. Because if it doesn't work and you don't have good goaltending, you're not making the playoffs. We know that. This is the NHL, and if your goaltending is subpar, you're not going anywhere, and you're not going to be in the playoffs. So that would not be a chance that I would take. That, well, it could work out, but also you may have two guys that aren't ready or aren't up for it. And the free agent goaltending market is nothing to be excited about. So, I think if you're going to improve in goal, I think it's going to have to be done through the trade market.
Paul, what about what Adams had to say about and the tone he had when he talked about the Mattias Samuelsson report, which he wasn't even asked about, by the way, the buyout part of it. Maybe it would have came up at some point in the press conference.
Well, it was on my list to bring up.
Okay.
But yeah, he wasn't asked. You're right. He just brought it up.
Just got right to it. How defiant he was about it to say, Paul, that they haven't even really considered it. Two parts of it, I guess. Like the tone that he's setting there and whether that's not the tone you want to be having in a press conference like that. And then also, I guess, why not from you? Like, why do you think they wouldn't even consider buying out Samuelsson this offseason?
I wouldn't either. Do not want him on the books for 10 years. Now, it's not. It's under $800,000. But I wouldn't want him on the books for 10 more years. They're still paying Christian Ehrhoff. Now, I'm not saying that they should keep him, but I think I might be looking more at a trade, even if I basically give him away. But I would be looking more towards that. The thing is instead of I don't think you come off well the way he came off doing that. If you just say nothing and wait until somebody asks you the question, and just say that those reports are inaccurate, we're not going to be buying him out. Not something we thought about, and leave it at that. And if you've been asked about it, but to bring it up like that, quite simply. All right, you know how you say that report is inaccurate? You just let it. You just don't. You're not. All right, you're not going to buy him out. So everybody will find out that report isn't accurate when you don't buy him out. When he's either traded or playing next year, and you haven't bought him out, you have proven that report is inaccurate. So I don't know why you have to make a big deal of it right now. Just go about your business and do what you're going to do, and it'll take care of itself whether reports are accurate or not.
I wondered, Paul, if that was a reaction to maybe like there was a different source from that frustration, because that reporter, Frank Saravelli, has been the one reporting the most stuff about J.J. Peterka, and he was talking about Peterka and then referenced a Saravelli report about Samuelsson. So I was almost wondering if that was, I don't know if misguided is the word, but if that frustration was coming from his frustration with that reporter.
It could be, because that reporter is wrong quite often, more than others who are NHL insiders, and he was the one. And I remember we talked about it as happening at the trade deadline, and all of a sudden he's talking about Peterka and the Rangers, and I don't know. Did he go as far to say that the deal is getting close to maybe being done or something like that? And it wasn't even happening. It wasn't even right. It wasn't even correct. And that's why I think I mentioned with you guys yesterday something that Pierre LeBrun said about the Peterka thing, and his reporting is dead on, that the Sabres do not want to trade Peterka, and they are still hoping that it works out, and they of course are listening to offers, and it's not like they haven't talked about it, but it's still not something that they're convinced that they're going to be doing or have to be doing. So that seemed like a more accurate report than anything else that I've read about it. And but I get honestly, because when those reports come out, of course you got to look into them. You have to check them out, and that particular reporter frustrates me too. I mean that he makes me sit there and chase down things that I pretty much know aren't right. And so there's a frustration, but I just think there's a better way for him to handle that.
Paul Hamilton. Thank you, Paul. We'll be, keeping up on draft coverage. First round is Friday evening, correct?
Yes, and I'll be more. I wrote a very long article, and really there was just so much to talk about from that. And today I will be tackling the actual draft stuff from those two. So that'll be today's article, where we can actually talk about the things that are coming up this week.
All right, very good. Thanks, Paul.
Take care,
Paul Hamilton. When we get back, I've got a stat of the day and a trivia that are on the same concept. Okay. Mogilny got me to both of them. And this stat of the day I'm going to give you. I mean, sometimes you're looking up stuff like this, Joe, and you find it and you audibly react to yourself like, oh. That's this stat of the day. Okay. That's next.
Website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust
Me, yesterday was a great example of, I listened to the press conference, and, sports, one of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones.
Yep.
This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. I mean, everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you, who is anyone to doubt me mindset. Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Bean, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it.
Right.
You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. We did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, I mean, he's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that.
No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting?
Yeah.
How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like
I don't know,
it
I
happens
feel like-
all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think. My biggest holdup is the Samuelsson part of it. To not have the sense that your fans are not mad about misinformation about Samuelsson. That might have been the highlight of their week as a Sabre fan, was the idea that he might no longer play for the team. He's got to be the most unpopular player on the roster.
It's up there.
If he's not number 1, he's on the list.
The other players that would be listed below him are players that maybe people don't know are on the roster.
Right. Lafferty or somebody. So the idea that, okay, they are fed up with him and are ready to move on for a buyout that is basically a rounding error on their salary cap. I think that was met with
mocking. It was mocked. The concept was mocked.
The concept of them buying him out.
The concept of them buying him out was mocked. We haven't had that conversation once, and that's not fair to Sammy or something like that. Like, that's...
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the concept was mocked.
Kevyn Adams meeting with the media yesterday. He did not sound like J.J. Peterka is looking to sign right now. Did not say no when asked if Peterka has asked for a trade. He did say Alex Tuch wants to be a Buffalo Sabre. Also said the team hasn't even considered buying out defenseman Mattias Samuelsson. The full audio is on our website, WGR550.com. NHL Draft on Friday. We'll have coverage starting at 7 o'clock here on WGR. Tonight, by the way, is round 1 of the NBA Draft. There's been a lot of trades in the NBA. 8 o'clock tonight for round 1. Cooper Flagg out of Duke is expected to go number 1 overall. In football, Aaron Rodgers says that this season will likely be his last in the NFL. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's McGillney trying to get free at center. McGillney in over the Montreal line and the backhand score! Oh my! Alexander McGillney, who says this guy is afraid to fly? He left a vapor trail. Alexander McGillney makes it 2-1.
To the Hall of Fame for Alexander McGillney, just reading a little bit about what players, former teammates, have said about him. Matt Sundin once called McGillney the best player he's ever played with. Two-time Jack Adams winner. Pat Quinn called him the most talented player he's ever coached. He spent time, of course, with the Leafs, with the Devils, with the Canucks. And I'm 46 today. I did not watch or love the Sabres in 1992-93. And
they also wouldn't have been on TV then, right? Because it wasn't the same as now.
I don't know. I just, this is where we reach out to. I'm trying to make myself feel young here. Hey, old timers, would be people my age that were born here and lived here and watched the Sabres. Was Mogilny and LaFontaine? Was that just the best? Mm-hmm. Was that having McDavid and Draisaitl on the ice? I mean, back then, points are scored a lot more, so maybe they're not as unique as McDavid and Draisaitl might be.
I have a hockey card from when I was a kid, and it's the 92-93 top set, I think, and the card is called Nifty 50, and it's all the 50 goal scorers from that season, and I think there are 14 players.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Or 16 players. Like, it's a crazy list. I mean, he led the league in goals, but... Right, like Mario would have put up. Like, where did they rank in points that year? That's not the trivia you have, by the way, right?
No,
the 93 point leaders. Okay,
it is not.
So.
It is not. But I'm very excited about my stat of the day and my trivia.
Okay, so like McGillney had 127 points that season, and he ranked 8th in the NHL with 127 points. Mario had 160. I guess LaFontaine was second, 148. So okay, maybe it was. Like that, watching those two, they weren't good, though.
The Sabres?
No, like 92-93, so that's an 84-game season. They had 86 points. They were 38, 36, and 10. I think they that's when everyone made the playoffs, right? So maybe that's the year they lose in round 1 before May Day.
We can't get a Let's Get Stupid and an instant trivia and a stat of the day all in one segment, but I kind of want to do a quick Let's Get Stupid, but not call Let's Get Stupid. Would you take right now the Sabres missed the playoffs by 2 points, but 2 guys score 120 points? Like, you missed the playoffs, but you get a 76-goal season from Tage.
It kind of sounds like just a juiced-up version of 2 years ago.
Right, which was
22-23.
Which was enjoyable and fun.
It was.
We got some callers in on Mogilny.
I think I would take that.
Yeah, you just basically be saying, like, all right, hey, the drought lives on another year, but you're super entertained.
Yeah.
And you're watching.
Let's put a poll up.
Greatness.
How many people would take that? You're accepting missing the playoffs, but I'm just trying to live a little here.
I know, right? Just trying to have a good time. Just trying to have a good time. They scored a bunch of goals last year, right? They scored a lot. Mark in Buffalo on Mogilny. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. One of those old guys. I'll answer your question. Yes, McGillney and LaFontaine were magic together. I mean, I think LaFontaine was a little bit banged up already with all his concussions, so he could have been even better. But I still go back as an old guy. There's nothing like Thoreau, Martin, and Robert.
Yeah.
Nothing for me. Guys, have a great day.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, like as part of this question, I'm thinking about Mogilny and LaFontaine that year, 92-93. Joe, I would be 13/14, which is when you're growing up watching sports, isn't it that the ages of 11 to 15 are the things you love the most? That's when you start to figure out how sports work. I mean, you still might watch it earlier in your life, of course, but you really become a sports fan, and I feel like you're everything you love is born in those years. And doing the math on that, I just feel like as he calls in and talks about Perot, like whenever your era was, if it was Perot, the French Connection, if it was Mogilny and LaFontaine, if it was
mine's 0506.
Sure, that's exactly what I mean. If it's 0506, if it's Pekka and Hasek, when you're 12, that might be the music you like the most, the things you're nostalgic for happen right in that window of your life. And I was not here. I did not, follow the Sabres when I was that age. So I missed out on Mogilny and LaFontaine, but man, it must have been amazing and so fun that I'd probably be one of the guys or one of the men or women listening right now that 30 years later, you're like, oh yeah, Mogilny's still my favorite player. Like nobody has touched that guy. Rob in Hamburg. Hey, Rob.
Hey, one part of your question is, yes, they were on TV a lot. It used to be on over-the-air TV on Channel 29 back then. And if they weren't on, people actually listened to the radio like it was a baseball game in the 40s.
Yeah.
That's how involved we were with this team and how we were involved with these two guys. Also, look at the games played by Mario Lemieux. He had leukemia that year, and he missed a boatload of games. And he still came back and beat LaFontaine.
Okay.
I remember that. I remember Lemieux's return. See, I'm watching hockey at that time.
That's in that season, though?
I remember Lemieux's return. The early 90s.
Okay, he had, right. LaFontaine had 148 points in 84 games. Lemieux in 60 games had 160.
160 points in 60 games?
Yeah. He won MVP that year.
Yeah.
Seems deserved.
That's the 92-93 season?
Goalies, man.
It was the goalies. Some goalies.
It was the goalies. Am I wrong? I don't mean to be disparaging to Mario Lemieux, but there were no goaltenders back then.
It was a very different game.
Although that's the year Hasek shows up, I think.
I'm also going to tell you something else about that era. Everyone likes to say, don't skate with your head down. I want you to watch all the highlights of Mario Lemieux skating with his head down. That dude skated with, and Yager, and those guys were dancing and doing all the. Their heads were down all the time. And they were not blasted by elbows.
A lot of that is like Lemieux is a giant.
He was huge
guy, so that helps.
Not taking anything away, just it was not always the every person that got hit deserved it.
Yeah, that 92-93 Sabre team, by the way, had 6 Hall of Famers on it.
Yeah,
and didn't do anything. Although I think Andrew Chuck's maybe traded in the middle of the year. And hold on. Hasek only plays 28 games.
Did they all win cups somewhere else? Has our scope been too zoomed in? And it turns out...
Hold on. I think the answer is yes. Some might be before, though. Hasek won in Detroit.
Mogilny won in New Jersey.
Fuhrer won in Edmonton.
Yeah.
Mogilny won in New Jersey. LaFontaine won for the Islanders, right?
Before or after?
When he's young, so before. Yeah. Andrew Chuck won in Tampa.
All right.
So the only one you're missing is Howard Chuck. Did Howard Chuck win a cup? I don't know. He played for Winnipeg.
We're too focused on the last 10 years. It's always been happening.
Yeah.
803-0550. John in Pittsburgh, and then this incredible stat of the day and instant trivia, which will be short. John, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, so you were talking about that 92-93 season. That was the year that they beat Boston. That was the Mayday year.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you.
Because they ended up losing to the eventual champions in Montreal in the next round. But Boston actually was the number 2 team in that year. I'm pretty sure, if I remember, the only reason why they lost that Montreal series is because LaFontaine got hurt. But I have been one of those guys that has – I'm 38. I know you said you're 46 today. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
But But I remember watching them. My grandparents had season tickets. I remember sitting in the yard watching LaFontaine and Mogilny when I was 6 years old, and just watching them fly around. But that they were probably my 2 favorite players of all time, and nobody will ever take that spot.
John, I have a question for you. We got an email from David who is remembering Mogilny and LaFontaine. Says the thing I remember most, or should say I don't remember, is those two were so great. I don't remember, and who remembers whoever played on a line with them? Who would have been on the line with them?
Howard Chuck.
It was Howard Chuck. Okay, the whole time.
It was Dale Howard Chuck. Most of the time.
Yeah.
It was always those 3, for the most part, until I want to say right around the 94-95 season.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Thanks for the call.
Hey, have a great day, guys.
Thanks.
And you are remembering that right. So that's the May Day year. They beat Boston. They get swept by Montreal. I've got LaFontaine playing 3 games, though. And they also got swept losing 4-3, 4-3 in overtime, 4-3 in overtime, 4-3 in overtime. So they lost by the same score every single game of that series. 3 of them were in OT.
That's kind of like Bills Chiefs. Right, like just keep losing the same game.
But it happens all in a week.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You want the trivia or the stat of the day?
Give me I think you built up the stat of the day.
They're both kind of the same.
All right, give me the trivia.
Okay. The trivia is, we know a little bit about droughts. Mogilny and LaFontaine are the last Buffalo Sabres to have a 100-point season.
In that year?
That year. No Buffalo Sabres had a 100-point season since Mogilny or LaFontaine.
Okay.
2-part trivia. How many teams have a drought that long? And name those teams. Give me the number first. I'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
I'm going to say there's like 5 teams.
It is 1 team. There's only one NHL team that has gone longer without a 100-point scorer. What team is it? Only one NHL team has gone longer without a 100-point scorer.
Let me pull up the standings here. Look at a list of teams. Is it going to be like... is it going to be the Devils?
The New Jersey Devils, that is not correct. The Devils...
Patrick Elias get to 100? No.
I'll find it here for you. I got the full list here.
Kovalchuk was there. Could have been Kovalchuk. Who's the Devils guy going to be?
Wait a minute. The Devils have never had a 100-point player.
So there you go.
Okay.
So there's 2.
No, I said who has had a longer drought. Okay. Sorry, the Devils were on the list. Which team has had a longer drought since its last 100-point score? Okay, sorry. Good guess. Columbus, Nashville.
Like they don't count because they didn't exist that long.
That's right.
Okay. Philly.
Yeah, the longest.
Philly
is not correct. Philly.
Giroux, maybe.
Yeah. Longest gap since their last 100-point score is Giroux in 2017-18, and Lindros did it in 95-96.
Lindros, right.
One NHL team has had a 100-point score further back than Mogilny and LaFontaine. That's the way to phrase the question.
This is tough. What about the LA Kings? I'm going to say Gretzky did it before that.
The Kings, not correct.
Okay.
The Kings had a 100-point score in Gretzky, Korea. No, sorry, just Gretzky, 95-96.
Oh, who did it was Gretzky, but it was after. Okay.
Yes, who did it? He also did it 93-94. So he did it twice.
Okay.
Which is part of the stat. The stat of the day was going to be that Wayne Gretzky more recently has a 100-point season than the Buffalo Sabres.
Yikes.
There's your stat of the day. I mean,
Yikes.
It's true of the Devils and a couple other teams too, but Gretzky has a 100-point season more recently than a Sabres player.
I stopped myself from last night. I'll probably do this later today. Counting the number of Hall of Famers now that have played a playoff game more recently than the Sabres have, because I think there are 3 that just went in yesterday. What about...
I'll give you one more guess, and then I'll wrap it up.
Okay. Better make it a good one. St. Louis, no. Hull, probably right. No. Calgary... Goudreau. Give me No, Goudreau did it, I bet. How about
Calgary, Matthew Tkachuk, and Johnny Gaudreau both.
How about the New York Islanders?
Also a good guess, but not correct.
Okay.
The Islanders got a 100-point season.
Like Yashin, maybe?
In the same year. So not a longer drought, 92-93.
The same drought.
The only team that has had a 100-point score, and it's further back than the Sabres, is Montreal.
Oh!
Montreal has not had a 100-point score since 1985-86.
Who's that? Andre
years.
Richard?
Mats Naslund. No 100-point score for 40 years in Montreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who gets one first?
Tage. Tage's been close. Stay healthy.
Would you bet he scores 100 in his career?
I think he's got a couple more years to do it. Yeah.
He's gotten to 94.
He got to 94. Is that the year where they took him out of a game where he had 6? Leave him in.
Don't remind me of that.
You got to leave him in.
Guy had a shot at the NHL record.
Also, what if the power play were amazing? Could help. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. It is June 25th, and it's nice outside. That's how it goes. Welcome to late June. What else? NBA draft is tonight.
Yes.
NHL draft is Friday.
The NBA is drunk right now with some of these trades we're seeing too.
I'm once again asking that the NHL be run by the NBA GMs. I just want that league. The NBA GMs trade everybody all the time, 1 million draft picks. The NHL's out here like, well, I don't know if I can trade the 9th pick. I mean, the Sabres will, but nobody wants it. Nobody wants anything in the NHL. All right. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. Mm-hmm. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was... maybe he doesn't care. There was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade. They absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, oh, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any hiding it.
On the other side of the coin, one thing I think was very encouraging is what he said about Alex Tuck, because I think that's an extremely important re-signing. And, I don't think Alex Tuck was, at the end of the season, he just sounded like, if you were a Buffalo Sabre fan, I think I'd be a little bit worried what he sounded like. Now, he didn't say he didn't want to be here or anything like that, but he also didn't say that he did. And it was just kind of like, But, Kevin Adams has said twice now, he said it in April and again, that this is a priority. He has made it very clear to Alex Tuck that he is a priority. He said that Alex Tuck wants to be back. And, so I think if you're a fan, I think that was a positive part that you heard there, that a guy, because he has a skill set and does things on the ice that just nobody else on the team does. And I think he's an extremely important part of this team if they are going to get better to be here. So I think that at least was an encouraging part of the press conference.
Happy birthday to the late George Michael. There's never not a good time to play this song at full volume. Or really any George Michael songs. I'm putting him like as the number one of all my birthday bros.
This would be good, good golf course vibes right here on the speaker.
This is also a video that, let's just say a lot of people might remember. Freedom 90. All right.
His real last name was something like very Greek.
Okay.
Very long. Panatio.
He's the best. All right, Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
You would rank him number one of your birthday bros?
I mean, he's up there.
I feel like you got to say Enroth.
You don't want to say Enroth?
It's your guy for that.
Anthony Bourdain. People love Bourdain. Anyway, it's the anniversary of Michael Jackson dying, too, which I like to tell you a lot.
Right.
He's out of my birthday. All right, what else? We're going to get a break in.
Yep.
We'll talk more Sabres on the other side. Have another thing that we don't talk about a lot, but it looks like a little bit of an inconvenient conversation about the Sabres and something that they decided to do, and that Kevin Adams decided to do. We'll get to that. Your phone calls. Jerry, stick with us. How close are they to the playoffs? Could they make it this year? You know, happy offseason. Yesterday's vibe was not particularly good, but hey, we're still here. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. What was your larger takeaway from yesterday? There's a lot of little stuff to dig into, but the press conference itself got a lot of reaction from Sabres fans, I think, that called this station, listening to the afternoon show. What was your biggest takeaway, zooming out on what Kevin Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say?
Believe it or not, the one thing that really stuck with me, and maybe I'm the only one that said this really stuck with me.
I'll be off tomorrow playing a lot of golf for charity. 100 holes of golf
base
tomorrow.
Is going to be in Columbus. My ears really perked up with that, and I thought that's not what I thought this was. I mean, I really like this hire. I think they did a really good job hiring him and bringing a guy in who's been an NHL GM for 11 years. And I think he can be a fantastic sounding board for Adams and the organization. He's been through a lot of situations where maybe they haven't, and to have a guy like him there to collaborate with. But I don't know. I just think he should be here. And Adams said, well, it's easy to get him here. It's only a 4 or 5 hour drive, whatever it is, and yeah. But I don't know that just hit me wrong. I just thought you hired this guy to be here and to be in on conversations and to be in on decisions. And I know he will be here sometimes. But I just thought to myself, I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I just kind of thought I think this is a good hire, but I need him to be based in Buffalo. I need him to be here all the time and be available like that.
Yeah.
My biggest holdup is the Samuelsson part of it. To not have the sense that your fans are not mad about misinformation about Samuelsson. That might have been the highlight of their week as a Sabre fan, was the idea that he might no longer play for the team. He's got to be the most unpopular player on the roster.
It's up there.
If he's not number one, he's on the list.
The other players that would be listed below him are players that maybe people don't know are on the roster.
Right. Lafferty or somebody. So the idea that, okay, they are fed up with him and are ready to move on for a buyout that is basically a rounding error on their salary cap. I think that was met with
mocking. It was mocked. The concept was mocked.
The concept of them buying him out
was mocked. We haven't had that conversation once, and that's not fair to Sammy or something like that. Like that's
yes.
Yeah, I mean, the concept was mocked.
Sabres GM Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday. He said that the team has had no consideration to buying out defenseman Mattias Samuelsson, who, by the way, would have a $700,000 buyout over 10 years if they were to do that, but no consideration to that. Alex Tuch wants to be a Buffalo Sabre. According to Adams, he would not say that about J.J. Peterka. When asked whether Peterka has asked for a trade, Adams would not say no. You can get the full audio on our website, WGR550.com. Main subject was about the draft as that gets rolling on Friday at 7 o'clock, at least that's when our coverage starts here in WGR, which is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Aaron Rodgers says that this will likely be his final season in the NFL at 42 years old. Deontay Johnson, Cleveland receiver, says that he believes that Kenny Pickett is going to start week 1 for the Browns as he competes with Joe Flacco and 2 rookies. NBA draft tonight, 8 o'clock. Cooper Flagg expected to go number 1 overall. Lots of trades in the NBA. Yesterday, the Celtics traded Kristaps Porzingis to the Hawks in a 3-team deal as Boston looks to seemingly tear things down at the moment. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Let me start with the way I ended last year. Let's do it again. Bobby. 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 Thank you.
So he's doing it to Deo.
The thank
Deo. That's what right?
He's trying to do it, but with Bobby.
That's Barkov.
Yeah.
Trying to get the fans to chant Bobby for Bobrovsky.
The thank you at the end is really what. It's like he's a stand-up comic.
When I think of the all-time...
Thank you, I'll be here all week.
The all-time parade chant, it's, for me, Belichick shouting, "No days off."
And didn't, no one jump in?
Yeah, and he did it, 10 times at a parade where everybody is not at work. We're all here,
That's
and
funny.
he's chanting, no days off. No.
Yeah.
And it was a lot.
Well, by far the worst ever is, do you remember Brett Hull at the 2019 Blues Parade?
I do not.
He wasn't even on that team, by the way, obviously.
Right, he just played for the Blues at one point. So
he was just hanging out, and they let Brett Hull on the stage, and he chanted something that made no sense at all.
There is nothing more they have to do. So instead of saying, "Let's go Blues," we're going to say, "We went Blues."
We went Blues.
We went Blues. Instead of "Let's go Blues," we went Blues. And then nobody knew what he was talking about. So, everyone in the crowd's like, "Oh, we went Blues." They kind of cheered him on, but not really.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think Brett Hull was probably wrecked for that also.
That's a tough scene.
Yeah.
We went Blues.
We went Blues. It kind of makes sense, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Let's go Blues.
We don't have to go anymore.
They already went.
Congratulations on having gone Blues.
Would that be Hall at the Blues Parade? I don't know if this happens at other parades where the former players will kind of take part. Wouldn't you fully expect that would happen here, though? Brett Hull gets up on a stage for the Blues Parade. He hadn't played there in 25 years. If the Bills were to win the Super Bowl this year, Thurman's getting up in front of that microphone at some point, right? Andre Reed is getting up in front of that microphone, right?
Yes.
Because I don't know if that happens with all these teams. The Panthers don't have Olli Jokinen getting up on the stage, do they?
Luongo, maybe.
Ooh, okay, all right. That might be right. Because actually, I feel like I have seen him hang around there.
Yeah, your alumni get to come back.
Okay.
Do you want to do the thing where we decide if a Bills player is allowed to be at the parade? It's a Wednesday.
Well, there's being at the parade, and then there's speaking at the parade like Hull did.
Okay, Kyle Williams. Yes.
Yes.
What former Bill gets to speak at the Super Bowl parade?
Okay.
I've got time for this. Kyle Williams is a yes.
Kyle Williams is a yes. Thurman is a yes.
Okay.
Andre Reed's a yes. Kelly's a yes.
Vontae Davis.
Well, he passed away.
Okay. Oh, that's true. I forgot. I was just going for the guy that retired.
No,
I forgot that he passed away.
Yeah, he passed away.
All right,
but you were going for.
I rescind that. In that case, we'll go with Anquan Bolden.
Nah, that's a no. It's a no dog. He's not allowed. Actually, he can't even go to the parade.
LaShawn McCoy.
He can attend, but he's not. No, he's not. I don't have time for LaShawn McCoy to speak at the parade.
I mean, McCoy, I feel like McCoy, even though he didn't play here that long, and he might be an Eagle first. Just the landscape of talking Josh Allen, he's pumping the Bills all the time.
That's right, but
I feel like McCoy became more of a Bill after leaving.
But there's a lot of good running backs this team has had. They can't all speak. Can Fred Jackson?
Yes, Fred Jackson, yes.
CJ Spiller. You got to draw the line somewhere. All these guys can't talk.
I don't know about drawing the line. Do you know how long? Do you know how long this parade is going to be when they ultimately win this thing? The parade's going to last
3 hours,
3 weeks. We are not. This parade is. We're going to. They're
going to be the first team ever to have a multi-day parade.
This show is going to go on a float, and the station will broadcast 24 hours as it continues to drive around the city for 3 weeks.
Only stopping when we have to get gas during commercial breaks.
Pat Hammer's doing the weather from a float on the parade. The whole city moves into the parade. The parade becomes its own moving city. That's what happens when the Bills ultimately win.
Like, does Lee Evans get... How many of these... You can't have all the drought guys come back.
Takeo Spikes.
I loved Takeo Spikes. He was my favorite player at one point, but I think I have to be a no.
Jordan Poyer.
Yes.
Okay.
Fitz.
Yes.
Easily, right?
Yeah.
He might have to be number one because there is whether you've earned the right to speak and how good you're going to be at it, right?
Yep.
Fitz is going to be amazing at it on top of, maybe he's more, he's earned it maybe more even post-Bill's career than before.
Maybe the right selection process is go back to all the legends of the game and pick just from that pool.
Sure.
Drew Bledsoe.
He might have... Yeah, I don't know if I could trust Bledsoe up there. He might be the funniest. Like, there's the most potential for fireworks.
Right.
Like, T.O. doesn't get to go up there, right?
How many teams can Brett Hull do that for if he wants to? Apparently the Blues, the Stars.
Well, definitely the Stars. I mean, he won there.
Arizona. Now Utah. If Utah wins, if Utah wins a cup, is Brett Hull going there?
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay, all right.
Calgary. Sure. He only played 65 games for them, though. What about Detroit? He played 3 seasons for Detroit.
Yeah. He played a lot of years for the Blues.
And he played a long time. He played in 05-06. Well, he played 5 games in 05-06, I guess.
803-0550 is our number. Recapping the Sabres press conference from yesterday. One thing I teased, and we'll get to a call here in 1 second. I was thinking about, we know it's not linear, but go back 1 year. 1 year ago, Kevin Adams fired Don Granato and said, I know what this team needs. He was very bullish about it. Like another moment where Adams is this almost defiant, I know what's right. Mm-hmm. And then he hired Lindy. Mm-hmm. And if Lindy were almost anyone else, wouldn't we say the move was the wrong move? They did not get better. Don Granato's 2 years as coach of the Sabres are their 2 high points during the drought.
Right.
He has their 2 highest, the best results are Granato.
Yeah.
2 of them. Which is
one of them by far, basically.
91 points and then 84 points.
Yeah.
And then they fired that coach. I'm reminded of when they fired Bilesma. Bilesma, the expectation that year was to get 95 points. Bilesma set it on the record, like at NHL.com. Like, we think we could be a 95-point team. Mm-hmm. They finished in the 80s. They fired everybody. It becomes Botterill and Housley, and they go the wrong direction.
Quickly, too.
Right. They fired Bilesma.
Well, there was the 10-game win streak, and then it was...
Sure. But they fired Bilesma and Murray because this isn't good enough.
Right.
And that was reasonably good. I mean, no, I shouldn't say that. It was, I think they might have had 78 points after an 81-point season. But 2 years out of a full-on tank.
They hadn't finished last.
That's right. They were not finishing last. They
fired standard.
They fired Bilesma and Murray on a season where they thought they'd get to the 90s. This isn't good enough. You're gone. Botterill comes in, and then, to me, that's like where the cratering begins.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still trying to get out of it. And Granato was the closest they got to getting out of it. And now, Lindy got the job, and you could say a number of things. It's the 13-game losing streak. It's the fact that they don't get saves. I think they need saves. And they can continue to be undone by their goaltending while the GM says, I have all the confidence in the world in a guy that had a bad season and has had like one good 50-game stretch and a guy that's in the AHL.
Right.
All the confidence in the world. You didn't have the confidence in them in April. That was James Reimer's job.
Right.
2 years ago, you didn't have the confidence. How many years back is Craig Anderson? This team finds its way to waiver goalies, bailing them out down the stretch. Levi is a little bit of this too. Levi was, sign him. We need him right now.
He played did he not play the 7 most important games of the entire playoff drought?
It might be.
Off of, like, he was in his dorm room the week before.
Yeah.
And he graduates, basically, or he probably did in the summer. He leaves school, and it's immediately,
Playoff race.
You need to play the most important games that we have played in 15 years.
Right, they've been so unprepared in goal, and so, I mean, there it is again yesterday.
Well, how much of that
confidence in the world?
How much of that is they believed Levi was going to be different? They bet on it. They bet on.
Would you still make that bet?
That he'll be not that he'll be different. I mean, that's already ship sailed on that.
That he would be the rare guy that can jump right to the pros because nobody ever does that.
Right, like he could still be really good, but there was a lot of sample that these guys at this age just don't show up and produce for you. It's like John Gibson was the list of guys over like a decade that had done it.
He's available. You want him?
More than maybe the guys that are here, yeah. But that was a long shot. As good as he was, you needed him to be like historically good for his age to be worthy of giving him the number one job, and they just handed it to him. And they built the whole roster around the fact that he was going to do it. So that's the goalie part of it. The coach part of it, I mean, I'll go back even to before they fired Granato, because was it the wrong move to hire Lindy? Like at that point, it's you're going for an experienced coach. Like I'm not going to blast them for wanting that. If they had hired Craig Berube instead of Lindy Ruff and they had landed on that, I don't know. Like I would feel
that's right.
You're trying to do something here.
Right.
You're trying to be relevant. You're trying to get a certain type of coach that I'm not going to blast you for.
Put it this way: if it had just been Seth Appert gets the job instead of Lindy,
then that's very different.
People would
to
be
me.
saying, "Why did you do this?"
That's very different.
It got worse.
I agree with that.
But Lindy is kind of there to insulate that as a guy that has won before.
Yeah, but I'll backtrack even still to after their best season of the drought by far, their verdict was we can't win this way. And even though Granato was still the coach, maybe it was from him, maybe it was from above him of, we can't play that way anymore. We can't play run and gun up and down the ice trying to outscore teams. We missed the playoffs by 1 point, but no, we need to play this way to get over the hump. And then what happened? It's gone down since then. It still blows my mind. They haven't even, by the way, maybe last year you could say that they started to revert back to, let's play a little bit more aggressive and loose and try to score, or you could just say they're bad defensively. But it still blows my mind that their verdict at the end of their best season of the drought was, oh, no, you can't win that way. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They were so close. They were almost better than the Panthers by a point.
And
by a Hudson Fasching leg.
And they added a bottom pair defenseman and a fourth liner.
And changed their style dramatically.
Yeah.
Overnight. And it hasn't worked since. So, and that's part of Granato. That's why I have trouble even blaming Granato for points of that final season that he is the coach, because I don't know that they were... That's not... When I think of Granato hockey, what do you think of? It's
wide open.
Feel
Rush.
like don't be afraid to make mistakes and getting players to play their best.
Yeah,
offensively.
They scored on the rush all the time. Yeah,
and all of that has been gone for. Well, it was at least gone for a year and a half. Like last year, it really did start coming back, right?
Yeah, they scored a bunch last year. Yep. Jerry in Pennsylvania. Hey, Jerry. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, so I guess I've got two things, one of which I kind of thought about on the line. The first is, it feels to me like the Sabres are pretty close. Like if you woke up this morning to a very doable Marco Rossi trade, doesn't the conversation seem a little bit more optimistic about them? Like they're pretty close to fielding a playoff roster? And the second thing is, I think when they say we're taking lessons from the Bills, I think that really hurts them because the Bills, you can draft a first-round player and have him be in the league the next year, and it's the whole draft, develop, re-sign. But with a hockey team, you kind of need to bring in the vets. I mean, you've got people that have been sitting in the minors for draft plus 3 years doing nothing for your team. Anyways, thank you guys. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Jerry. I wonder how much taking lessons from the Bills is just an effort to stand next to the very good-looking organization. Mm-hmm. We are one and the same. All right, and the Bills got it right, so we'll get it right by learning from them. I wonder how much of that is just, marketing.
It's a show.
Yeah.
It seems like a show, right? I don't know.
But it's funny, that's part of what's crazy about this 14-year drought is how many times have they been not that far away? A couple players, at least 3 of the years, saves would have done it. Just saves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a spot that's been rough. I mean, since Allmark left, it's a rotating cast of characters, whether it's your Eric Comrys, your Carter Hunt. They don't spend a lot at goaltender. They finally got a glimpse of one guy that was consistent. They gave him 5 for 25 right away. Quick. Bang. UPL. That's our guy for this amount of money. And Levi is, I don't know, I feel like Levi's a coin toss for me. I have no idea if it's going to work out. He's obviously incredible in the AHL, and you'd like to believe the profile is going to come up here and be a difference maker. That's when I really got excited about them. That run they make last year, or that year where they just missed the playoffs, it was they can score. And what if they got, it's kind of like the Bills conversation, a real difference maker, a player that rates.
Mm-hmm.
Because, they love to talk about tough to play against and fourth line's important and this and that, but who wins in the league? Great players. The great players win. And the Sabres have a couple, but they need more. I mean, this isn't exactly breaking news. They need more good players. And
they need, to your point, the saves. If you don't have enough great players,
you need saves.
You can get in with saves.
Yeah,
that happens every year in the league where a team makes the playoffs, and everyone will show up in April to all right, let's preview the playoffs. This team, they had 98 points, but okay, we just know that was a hot goalie season, right? The team's actually not that. That happens every year in the league. But on this team, it's amazing that they've really never had one of the two. They've never had enough of the great players without the goaltending, or they've never had the goaltending to run it all the way through. So, what feels like the more likely path for them to break the drought? Because I think it's the latter. They have to try for it, but they've got Tage and they've got Dahlin and they've got, for now they have Peterka, they have Tuck. They have some good players and then they have a couple of great players. But I don't think they have enough great players for that to be the driving success for them. I would bet you right now, the more likely way this drought ends is one of their, a goalie's going to have a hot season. Because that's typically how it goes. But the odds that it would be one of these two, I think I could totally see it being Levi, but I just don't know if that's going to be 4 years from now or not. And who's got time for that? I got to wait 3-4 years for the kid to do it. That's the thing where I'd like to see them separate that mentality from goalie, because the patience and we believe in Samuelsson, we believe in these guys taking steps up for us. They have deviated from that a little bit up front, right? They trade for McLeod, they signed Zucker. There's been a little bit of a shift towards, no, we need guys that can produce right now and can be good for us right now. There has never been a single action that points to that at goaltender, though. Not once. That would be this year saying, I know we paid Luukkonen, but screw it. I need to go get a goalie that's going to help me right now. I don't care about my commitment.
Here's Jake Allen, 2 years, $5 million.
Sure.
Total per. He was under 4 last year. He probably gets a raise. He's older. Here's 3 years, $5 million. Who cares? We got to make it.
Yeah.
We got to put somebody out there that we can maybe trust. If that's, he's the best guy in free agency.
The most optimistic way I could take it is, why does he talk the way he does about Luukkonen and Levi yesterday? Because if they don't end up with that guy, then they don't want to look like they failed, right?
Yep.
The negative part of it is, they just won't even try for a guy. They truly do believe, no, we're good. UPL and Levi. That's going to work.
I want to leave space for, and maybe I'm a sucker for, Yeah, I don't think we have any needs. Like, Bean's going to say that going into a draft, and then they draft exactly what we think. Well, we love this group, and then you're going to draft somebody. So I want to leave space for that where, I'm very confident in these goaltenders if this is who we go into the season with. And then maybe they spend the next month trying to find somebody. And then
that's what I mean, yeah.
Right, and if it doesn't work out, like, all right, well, I said I was good, and I'm going to be good. But they should be, looking for somebody. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Who's in tomorrow for me during 100 holes? I'll call.
Sal will be in.
All right.
And we'll give you a few calls, but Sal will be in tomorrow.
I was driving in this morning thinking I'll already be on the golf course tomorrow to play my 100.
You would have already been out there for... driving in you would have.
Driving in, yeah.
Say, at this point, you've been out there for 3 hours.
Yeah, by this point, I'm probably a good, 25 holes in. So...
What's tomorrow look like? Hot?
It's supposed to be okay. Pop-up showers here and there. Nothing bad.
All right.
Might be a
high of 80.
Yeah, be fine.
Yeah, you can manage with that.
I'm a grizzled veteran at this point.
And you don't really count your score, right? You just count birdies.
No, you count your score. It's just you don't. You're
not taking stock in it.
You're not marking and reading putts
too
hard and Your Honor. Hold on, let me mark and walk around the other. No, you're not gonna do that.
No practice swings.
Really, no.
One maybe.
Yeah,
no,
if that. It is a little bit of a mind game because every year on the 100 holes I play pretty well, and I think it's because I don't think about anything. I just go up and hit the ball.
Is it that you play pretty well though, or you hit so many shots that
you remember the good ones?
That there are going to be, what's the right number here? How many really good shots are there going to be for you over 100 holes? They're going to be 150.
There's going to be about 500 shots.
500
roughly,
shots.
Figure bogey golf.
All right, so you think there's going to be 200 really good shots?
Yeah.
Okay.
And 200.
That's a lot of really good shots for one day. That
200 meh. And 100 missed putts from inside 6 feet.
Because I think you're going to feel good. That's what's really happening. Because we all do that, don't we? That we think more about the good. I played a round last week where I topped the ball on the front nine like I hadn't played golf in 10 years. And then I played really well in the back. And I felt good at the end of the day.
What if in the other order it happened? You'd be really upset. You played great on the front.
Okay, you're right.
And then fall apart on the back. You think about what might have been.
Mm-hmm.
If you play bad on the front and good on the back, you think, I really saved that.
Right. Yeah.
I really turned it around. All I needed was another 18.
See, all that is just, in life, no one really cares what you do in the first quarter. It's all about the fourth quarter.
That's right.
Yeah.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring if you want. We're hanging out on this sunny Wednesday here on WGR. What was your larger takeaway from yesterday? There's a lot of little stuff to dig into, but the press conference itself got a lot of reaction from Sabres fans, I think, that called this station, listening to the afternoon show. What was your biggest takeaway, zooming out on what Kevin Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say?
Believe it or not, the one thing that really stuck with me, and maybe I'm the only one that said this really stuck with me, is Kekalainen. His home base is going to be in Columbus. My ears really perked up with that, and I thought that's not what I thought this was. I mean, I really like this hire. I think they did a really good job hiring him and bringing a guy in who's been an NHL GM for 11 years. And I think he can be a fantastic sounding board for Adams and the organization. He's been through a lot of situations where maybe they haven't, and to have a guy like him there to collaborate with. But I don't know. I just think he should be here. And Adams said, well, it's easy to get him here. It's only a 4 or 5 hour drive, whatever it is, and yeah. But I don't know that just hit me wrong. I just thought you hired this guy to be here and to be in on conversations and to be in on decisions. And I know he will be here sometimes. But I just thought to myself, I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I just kind of thought I think this is a good hire, but I need him to be based in Buffalo. I need him to be here all the time and be available like that.
Yeah. To me, yesterday was a great example of, I listened to the press conference, and, sports, one of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones. Yep. This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. I mean, everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you, who is anyone to doubt me mindset. Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Beane, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it. Right. You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. We did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, I mean, he's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that. No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting? Yeah. How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like it happens all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think. Kevin Adams, meeting with the media yesterday, says the team is not even considered buying out defenseman Mattias Samuelsson. Also says that Alex Tuch wants to be a Buffalo Sabre. Would not say that about J.J. Peterka. Was asked whether Peterka's asked for a trade, and he would not say no. You can get all the details from Paul at WGR550.com. Draft on Friday at 7. NBA draft tonight, 8 o'clock. Cooper Flagg out of Duke, expected to go number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. There's also a lot of trade action going on in the NBA that should continue into tonight. Aaron Rodgers says that this season will likely be his last in the NFL. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. All right, happy Wednesday, hump day, Summer upon us. Approaching free agency in the NHL, approaching the NHL draft as well, which will be tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's my last day of work for the week. Because tomorrow, Joe, I got the call once again. 100 holes.
And then recovery day.
Yes. I have come in after before, and then I started to realize, why would I do that?
This is a poor idea.
Why don't I just not do that? Why don't I just take a day off and kind of relax? Joining us on the Worcester Hotline to talk a little bit about our event, our 100 holes of golf that benefit some great local charities. Simon Bennett, one of the founders of the event. And Simon, is this year 9 or year 10? I don't know how we do anniversaries. The first event was quite a bit ago, and we've grown it quite a bit since.
Yeah. Hi, Jeremy. This is year 10, but we started in 2016, 9 years ago. Yeah, 10th year coming up.
10th year. So year 10, and talk to us about how the whole thing started and, what the goal was initially and how things have grown since then.
Yeah, sure. So in 2016, there were just three of us, myself, Max Davis, and Sean Lindstrom, and we decided we were going to play golf all day. And raise some money for a local good cause, local charity, and we selected Roswell Park. And really, it seemed like a fun thing to do, and you can do some good at the same time. But it certainly seemed to catch on very much with the members at Wanaka Country Club and our friends and family. So we did it again in 2017, and we did it again in 2018, and then the event just grew, and now it's now it's an annual fixture that everyone looks forward to. We get to have a lot of fun, but we get to raise what is now a lot of money for two really good local causes.
Yeah, the cause is the Courage of Carly Fund at Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center and the Live Like Luca Kalani Foundation. We are raising money for these two causes that help families, help kids in this area. Simon, let's start with the Courage of Carly Fund. How that was initially the first cause that this was for, what the organization does and how important it is for us to continue to support it.
Yeah, so it's through Roswell Park, as you said, and the Courage of Carly Foundation was named after Carly Collard, who was obviously a patient at Roswell, and I believe she passed away when she was maybe 11 years old, something like 25 years ago now. So her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Collard, founded or helped found the Courage of Carly Foundation with Roswell Park. Now, it doesn't pay necessarily for treatment and things for the kids, but it who are going through their chemotherapy and whatever, but it helps support the children, their families, their siblings with events, tries to sort of take the edge off their treatment by maybe doing something fun for them while they're in for treatment, sends them to events, sports days and stuff, might send them to a Sabres game or a Bills game. We also pay for the big annual holiday party every Christmas. And it's not just the kids who are going through the treatment, it's their siblings as well, because they're affected. If a 5-year-old has cancer and is having to go through treatment, well, how does their 6-year-old, 7-year-old brother or sister cope with it as well? So it supports the whole family and just maybe puts a little smile on their face, and that can really help the treatment take effect and work. So it really is a really cool organization that helps these people, helps these children and families when they need it the most,
Absolutely, right. The Courage of Carly Fund. And then there's also the Luca Kalani Foundation, an organization that is about raising money for kids to give them opportunities to play more sports, to maybe go to camps, to register, to do things they might not normally be able to do. The foundation here is about giving kids opportunities to, excel athletically, whatever those funds might need to go to make those things happen. That's what we're here for.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Luca Kalani's was a friend of ours. I know, Bodge and Ashley, Luca's parents are really good friends of both mine and yours, and everybody at Wanaka. Luca passed away in early 2020, and they started the foundation, Live Like Luca, shortly after he passed. But as you said, Live Like Luca benefits and helps children, often underprivileged children, but children and kids and teenagers who might not otherwise be able to do certain things with scholarships, sports camps, educational programs. So it's really fun that it's really good that we split the money between these two organizations that benefit children in two different ways. The money gets split completely 50-50 between the two. And while we're having fun playing golf all day, it's also really good to know that we're doing a lot of good for these organizations and these people.
We start very early tomorrow morning. Simon, what's the number one question you're asked about playing 100 holes in a day? I mean, I think I know what my answer is. Is there a number one question you get?
It might be the timing. It might be how do you feel the next day. How do you do it? How far do you walk as well? We walk 35 miles typically. That's sort of what it is. We walk every step of the way if we can. I mean, we're not going to yell at somebody if they want to ride in a cart for a little bit, but we walk. We try to walk every step of the way. So I don't know what the number one question. They're the top ones that come up, I think.
How many pairs of shoes and socks? I mean, it's all personal preference here. That's one of the questions I get. Like, do you change your shoes? Do you change your socks?
I do. I change every round. I like to have my outfits coordinated for each round. Definitely fresh pair of socks, fresh pair of shoes. That makes it a little bit more comfortable when you put your feet into a fresh pair of socks.
What kinds of pair of shoes are you going for? The leather ones, or like you going for the mesh ones now?
Oh, the mesh. They're almost like sneakers, really. And if you want to wear sneakers, go ahead, wear sneakers.
Yeah.
Right? Just be as comfortable as you want.
Yeah, whatever gets the job done. Well, tomorrow we'll be out there. I'll be calling in a bunch of times to keep everybody updated on the progress. You can donate. We had a lot of people donate to our fundraiser at Wayland. You can, if you just search 100 Holes, Roswell Park, you'll go right to a lot of the fundraising pages. I'll tweet out my link as well. And in terms of the goals, Simon, what the first couple of years, how many years or how much was being raised versus how far has this come now?
The very first year, we raised $7,500, which, it's a nice amount of money, but it's not anything compared to what we do now. Last year, we reached $241,000 on the year, and that took us just shy of $1 million. So when the first donations came in for this year, we passed the $1 million mark since we started this thing.
Very good.
I'd love to get to $250,000 on this year, and I think we're gonna do it.
Very good.
Awesome.
Simon Bennett joining us on the 100 Holes. Simon, see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Can't wait, Jeremy. Get a good night's sleep. Thank you.
Will do. So we'll play 100 Holes, and then Friday, Ride for Roswell's this weekend as well. Again, it's fundraiser season. You guys are playing in the 11-day.
Tomorrow night.
Friday, I'm off, but I am going to be, you ready for this? This is another step.
Golfing?
No. This is another step in, I think I've reached an age where I get asked to do this now. The Ride for Roswell Celebration of Hope, which is Friday before the ride on Saturday. I'll be on stage introducing teams, kind of celebrating the event. They ride the torch from Roswell to where the ride is. And I think it's on Channel 2.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm on stage with it's Melissa Holmes and me, and I think I'm able to host a show.
I think you're hosting a TV show tomorrow.
I don't know why they decided that I was the right choice. No, but that'll be great. It'll be great. So it's fundraising season, whether it's the 11-day, the 100 holes, and the ride. I mean, these are all smashed into this time of year, and making a difference feels good. The 100 holes is one of the best days of the year, one of my favorite days of the year. Tons of fun. It is hard too. It is.
I was gonna say it's
midday.
How sore in comparison to other things? How sore is the next day?
Actually, I find that
because you're walking 20-something miles?
About 35.
35
30
miles.
to 35.
35 miles.
It depends how left and right I hit the ball. Which, occasionally.
Right. Really, you're under more pressure to hit good shots because that's less steps.
That's right. But I've had different results in different years. And the number one question I get asked is almost, what time do you start? When do you finish?
Yeah.
But I've had years where I go play 18 the next day. And I've had years where I'm just not going to do that. The most jarring moment is doing that all day. You're tired. You feel fine. Afterwards, we all hang out. We celebrate. There's an auction. We raise more money. And then I drive home. And when I have to get out of my vehicle after sitting for 30 minutes for the first time in however many hours, that's when getting out of the car, like, oh boy, okie dokie. I just might be being old, too.
I'm almost 50.
46.
Almost 50.
I'm not that old.
Happy almost 50 day.
You should just start calling me like a telethon guy. Oh, now you're on TV for charity events. They think you're mature enough to do that.
Telethons.
Little they know.
We still do telethons?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Where?
All over the place.
Like still on like PBS and
and Channel 2. Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
doing telethons. Okay.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be called something else? Because people aren't really like when I think of telethon, it's sitting there with a phone, right?
A textathon.
Yeah. Or like it wouldn't be a FaceTime, you know, or whatever, a Zoom-thon, maybe.
Well, anyway, if you're coming out to the Celebration of Hope at UB, I'll be there, and we'll introduce everybody that's doing the ride. I'm not doing the ride just because of like the 100, ride, walking the 100 holes, but family signed up. We'll see. Anyway, it's gonna be a great weekend. The weather looks great for everything. I think might be some pop-up showers, but hopefully we can raise a lot of money for a lot of good causes. And thanks in advance to everybody that has already donated. We've raised a lot of money, able to give away a lot of things, raffle off a lot of cool stuff. Have continue to get the prizes out to people that won. So anyway, that's that. All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
On the other side of the coin, one thing I think was very encouraging is what he said about Alex Tuch, because I think that's an extremely important re-signing. And, I don't think Alex Tuch was, at the end of the season, he just sounded like, if you were a Buffalo Sabre fan, I think I'd be a little bit worried what he sounded like. Now, he didn't say he didn't want to be here or anything like that, but he also didn't say that he did. And it was just kind of like, But, Kevin Adams has said twice now, he said it in April and again, that this is a priority. He has made it very clear to Alex Tuch that he is a priority. He said that Alex Tuch wants to be back. And, so I think if you're a fan, I think that was a positive part that you heard there, that a guy, because he has a skill set and does things on the ice that just nobody else on the team does. And I think he's an extremely important part of this team if they are going to get better to be here. So I think that at least was an encouraging part of the press conference.
What was your larger takeaway from yesterday? There's a lot of little stuff to dig into, but the press conference itself got a lot of reaction from Sabres fans, I think, that called this station, listening to the afternoon show. What was your biggest takeaway, zooming out on what Kevin Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say?
Believe it or not, the one thing that really stuck with me, and maybe I'm the only one that said this really stuck with me, is Kekalainen. His home base is going to be in Columbus. My ears really perked up with that, and I thought, that's not what I thought this was. I mean, I really like this hire. I think they did a really good job hiring him and bringing a guy in who's been an NHL GM for 11 years. And I think he can be a fantastic sounding board for Adams and the organization. He's been through a lot of situations where maybe they haven't, and to have a guy like him there to collaborate with. But I don't know. I just think he should be here. And Adams said, well, it's easy to get him here. It's only a 4 or 5 hour drive, whatever it is, and yeah. But I don't know. That just hit me wrong. I just thought you hired this guy to be here and to be in on conversations and to be in on decisions. And I know he will be here sometimes. But I just thought to myself, I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I just kind of thought I think this is a good hire, but I need him to be based in Buffalo. I need him to be here all the time and be available like that.
Yeah. I was just going to say to you something. Oh, I know what it was. Care to try on a quick question before we take a call in? Matthew Berry, Fantasy Life.
Sure.
Sent out an email that said, the biggest question in fantasy football this year.
Okay.
What was it about? The biggest question in fantasy football.
The biggest question in fantasy football is Travis Hunter.
Yes. That was his answer.
Travis Hunter.
How much is he going to play receiver?
Well, I mean, it sounds like every time the coach talks, he's talking about him like he's a receiver first. So, yeah, I probably would go with that assumption that he's going to play offense and trust that. And if he does, then you're evaluating him, I think, as though he's any other player.
With a slightly higher injury risk?
Yeah, slightly higher. Slightly higher. Or should it be a lot higher?
It probably should
this is part of the figuring out.
It should probably be a lot higher.
How much should... And they're talking... I mean, Liam Cohen... Yeah, is this coach speak or what? He said he believes he can play 100% on both. Is that just that we're in the spring? Well, we're not in the spring anymore, but we're before training camp and coaches will talk that way. Because I don't believe he'll play 100% on both sides. I think he'll play 100% on offense, and then he'll play some on defense. But I would draft him highly. I would draft him as though that he's going to play a lot on offense. I don't think you trade up that high if you don't plan on him with an offensive-minded coach having him make a huge impact on that side of the ball. So I'd pick him. Honestly, the bigger reason I wouldn't pick him is just because he's going to be the number 2. Because they got another dude who's awesome on that offense.
Yep.
Brian Thomas.
Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for accepting my call.
Thanks for calling.
Joe. I'm doing well. One of the main reasons why I'm calling is to wish you a happy birthday and to let you know that, Mark Twain once said there's 2 important reasons why we were put on this earth, and that was when we were born and why we were born. And you do one hell of a job on the radio, and that's why you were born. You're a great family man, and your mother would be proud. So happy birthday, and good luck tomorrow. And thank you, Jeremy and Joe and Josh and Owen, for schooling me on the tarantula hawk. I am very grateful that we do not have those in Connecticut because I could not see them coming my way, even if I knew there was tarantula hawk in Connecticut. And also, I want to let you guys know that I bowl on Mondays with the 55 and over league. And come to find out, somebody saw my Buffalo Bills towel and they said, "Oh, by the way, George Easley's over on the next lane." I said, "Easley?" And they said, "Yeah, that's Marcus Easley's grandfather." So I'm bowling with Marcus Easley's grandfather.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for always making my mornings entertaining. Once again, happy birthday.
Thanks, Rob. Marcus Easley. Marcus Easley might have made the best catch I've ever seen at training camp.
At training camp?
Yeah.
I only remember him for the one moment, which might have been his only catch as a Bill ever, which was that long touchdown against the Jaguars in London. That you wouldn't have seen because you left.
They left the game early.
It was a bomb, like 60-yard touchdown.
I did leave the game early. Who goes to London to see a game and leaves it early? Me.
That really is crazy.
I left at halftime.
Uh-huh.
I had a good reason. I mean...
What was the reason?
Did you see the first half?
That is not a good reason. That's a terrible reason.
That's a good reason.
They were the drought Bills, and there was the backup quarterback. You should have expected that.
The reason was so my now wife and I could walk 11 miles through London looking for a quality fish fry that would pass the standard. Like, yes, let's have fish and chips.
You could have done that after, couldn't you?
Yes, but she was flying out we were both flying out the next day to different locations. I was going on to Barcelona, and she was going home. It was like, all right, it's our last evening together. Should we sit here and watch E.J. Manuel throw 5 more picks? Or should we go do something? And then, they let it come back, and I left the game at halftime in London.
I think it's crazy. If you went to an Arsenal game in London and they were down 3-0 in the first half, would you leave?
Well, the difference is, in that game, the clock is running. You know how much time you're going to be there. Any other sport?
I mean,
like,
you
let's
have
just
a, you
sit
have
here.
you have an estimate of
Also,
how much longer.
It could not be overstated how lame the atmosphere was for that Jacksonville game.
Yeah.
It was also Wembley Stadium, which, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's on my resume. Leaving a game, an international game at halftime. Sorry. What happened? They lost.
You would have just gotten more angry
I saved
because
myself
I
some
do
trouble.
believe there was a phantom penalty that you would have maybe been upset about.
Yep. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. To join us, it's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was, maybe he doesn't care. If there was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade, they absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, oh, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. So I don't think there's any hiding it.
On the other side of the coin, one thing I think was very encouraging is what he said about Alex Tuck, because I think that's an extremely important re-signing. And, I don't think Alex Tuck was, at the end of the season, he just sounded like, if you were a Buffalo Sabre fan, I think I'd be a little bit worried what he sounded like. Now, he didn't say he didn't want to be here or anything like that, but he also didn't say that he did. And it was just kind of like, But, Kevin Adams has said twice now, he said it in April and again, that this is a priority. He has made it very clear to Alex Tuck that he is a priority. He said that Alex Tuck wants to be back. And, so I think if you're a fan, I think that was a positive part that you heard there, that a guy, because he has a skill set and does things on the ice that just nobody else on the team does. And I think he's an extremely important part of this team if they are going to get better to be here. So I think that at least was an encouraging part of the press conference.
Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday says that the team is not going to buy out Mattias Samuelsson and that the team has not even considered it. There was a rumor about that earlier in the week. Says Alex Tuch wants to be a Buffalo Sabre, would not say whether J.J. Peterka does, which sounded like Peterka has asked for a trade or his agent, as that was the question. Has Peterka asked for a trade? And Adams would not say no. You can hear his full comments at WGR550.com. The NHL draft is coming up on Friday at 7 o'clock. Coverage here on WGR starts at 7. And it's brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Aaron Rodgers says this season will likely be his last in the NFL. Tonight is also the NBA draft, 8 o'clock. Number 1 overall pick expected to be Cooper Flagg out of Duke to the Dallas Mavericks. And a lot of trades expected. The Celtics have been selling off pieces. Traded Drew Holiday to Portland. Last night trading Kristaps Porzingis to Atlanta. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I can probably, after the draft, get into more specifics on things, but I just don't think it's fair to the player, to be honest with you, to really even respond to that. I think it's just better to keep it to the fact that we have a plan, we're working towards helping our team get better, we're willing to do whatever it takes to get better, and I get memos on my desk every morning from PR of things, and I feel, if I'm being honest, like, I feel bad for our fans. The stuff that's out there, there's so much misinformation, so much of it's nonsense. I mean, someone that has no idea what they're talking about reporting that we were going to buy Sammy out. We've never had that conversation once. Like, it's ridiculous. So I don't even think it's worth me really getting into it. And I guess I'd just leave it at that.
Sabres GM Kevin Adams.
You know, like, feels bad for the fans. Maybe that one more than others. Don't fans like the rumors?
Yes. Fans really enjoy rumors about their team potentially getting better.
Right. It gives them some, maybe, and he's saying it's false hope, but giving them some false hope that the team's actually going to do something.
Right. I guess it depends on the rumor.
It does depend on the rumor.
The Tuch rumor you wouldn't like. The Peterka rumor.
That's where I think he's not really talking about the Samuelsson rumor.
Yeah.
He's using it in place of the Peterka rumor because he doesn't want to talk about Peterka. Because no fan would feel bad, unless he just has no concept of what fans think of Mattias Samuelsson, which might be true. No fan is going to lose sleep over, they're going to buy out Samuelsson. Nobody's doing that. They might about Peterka, which is almost where I wonder if that is, he's just putting in place Samuelsson to a comment that is meant for Peterka. Because that could be true, right? You could feel bad for fans that a lot of people really like J.J. Peterka. A fan favorite, one of a few, but a fan favorite, a really good player. And feeling bad for another good player wants out. Are we kidding? I could get behind that. Not Samuelsson. The dude that everybody is still mad at, or a lot of people are still mad at because he decided to do nothing when his best player was laying on the ice without his helmet. Anyways.
No, you're not wrong. I don't know what Adams could have said following. Honestly, I feel bad for our fans. What could you have put in
that? I don't think from that person that sentence can ever come out of his mouth.
Which is not the first time. Right. It's a consistent thing where he says the thing, like the only thing he can't say. You can't say the palm trees thing.
Right.
You can't blame the taxes. You can do it internally, but externally, you kind of can't do that. To cross the two GMs against one another, here's one point I'd like to make. Sal, I thought, had a really good point when talking about when Brandon Bean and I got in that dust up about receivers, which my question was, I don't think you value receivers on par with your peers. And he took exception to that. I think that is objectively true in terms of draft. But what Sal's takeaway was, one of the things he said to me was, he said, well, he's got to be careful how he answers that, because if he says, if Brandon Beane flat out came out and said, like, yeah, I don't think receivers are that important, the receivers on the team would say, what? Mm-hmm. And his point was to me, Sal, I don't know if he said this on the air or off the air, just like, yeah, you're asking about a position group. Imagine a GM says something about his players that makes them look bad. You wouldn't want to do that. It's the opposite of what you want to do. And when Adam said the thing about palm trees and taxes, he made his players look bad. Mm-hmm. No one wants to be here. Well, I'm here.
Right.
Well, what? You're not supposed to say it.
You're not supposed to say it.
You might think it internally. So there's a difference between the two GMs. One is, he's got a resume to stand on, and he also might have a better handle of what you should and shouldn't say, and how and when to choose your spots to be blustery and when to be, more of a muted version of your message. So anyway, it's interesting.
Right, the Bills, I mean, they do that on all levels. Think of the years. I would want to throw out the last 2 seasons for this because they've actually done it. But how many times over the first 3 years of Josh Allen being really, really good, where all they did was throw the ball like crazy, and on a weekly basis, the coach would get asked about the run game and would talk about how important the run game is and wanting to be better at it. Every week he said that.
Yep.
And the whole time
they just threw it.
It wasn't really that important to them. But what did he say? Because what do you sound like if you come out and you tell everybody, I don't think the run game matters at all? Then your running backs and maybe your linemen too, or your run game coordinator or whoever on the coaching staff is like, what am I doing here? You just told me my job is meaningless?
Right. That's where
like, leave that to us to try to read between the tea leaves what your actions actually are, rather than you say it.
That's where I think him saying, like, Lukin and Levi, all the confidence in the world in those guys, that he's allowed to say, that he's just not allowed to practice. He can say that. Sometimes you can say things, but you can't actually use that as your plan. Oh, I have a lot of belief in those guys. That's great. Glad they heard that. That can't be your plan. You can't plan to just believe in something.
Well, that's where my hope is. My fingers are crossed that he's doing the thing there of, I can't say I don't have belief in my goaltenders because I might end up in a spot where they're my 2 goaltenders.
Well, for sure.
Because I can't end up at a better idea. And then I need them to believe in themselves, and I don't need them to think the GM thinks they're terrible or whatever. I'm hoping that's what that comment is, and that there is going to be an effort by them in the next... I mean, most of the action of the offseason is going to be in the next 10 days, right? 10 to 14 days. I'm really going to want them to go after a goaltender and end up somewhere more than just, hey, we re-signed James Reimer to a 1-year deal, which actually might ultimately end up where they are, right? That's possible.
Might be. 8030550. Maybe the most interesting that's happened today is Joe trying to find how far you can drive it from Buffalo.
Yes.
How far you can actually physically drive. And you got on this because of Mogilny going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And finding out that Mogilny's hometown to Moscow is a 107-hour drive.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You don't even notice. You don't even notice the last 7 of that. Just kind of the last 7 flies.
So you think like after you get past 100, you're just like, oh, we're almost there.
Yeah.
Even though it's like still a 7-hour drive.
Can you imagine just how abandoned the Earth is? A big place.
Oh my goodness!
100-hour drive across Russia.
It's like half. It feels like it would be half the Earth. Yeah, Mogilny's hometown. For those that don't know, like he's from Russia. If you look up the map of it, he is like the little red dot. The city he is from is on the border with China, like the east coast of China, like Manchuria. Like, he could take a 2-hour drive to the coast and then take a quick ferry across to Japan. So, yeah, it's 107 hours to drive from Moscow. And just playing around on Google Maps, I was trying to find, okay, what would that be for Buffalo? Put that into perspective. Like, I was going to, like, just to put that into perspective for people, how far a drive is that? And I quickly learned that there's nowhere you can drive 107 hours from Buffalo. Like, you can't do it. Because I guess there's no road connecting Central America and South America.
Yeah, I learned that today.
You can't drive from Panama to Brazil.
I did learn about that, although I feel like the name I had heard before. It's called the Darien Gap. That name sounds familiar. I guess I didn't quite know what it is. It is a 60-mile stretch of jungle, and you don't have a road.
Right. So that's your cutoff, and Buffalo to Panama City, Panama is only 84 hours. So you need another 23 hours of driving that's impossible because there's a jungle in the way. So it probably would get you down into like Brazil.
Where's the farthest you've ever driven? What's your longest ever road trip?
Charlotte this year. That's 10 hours.
That's 10.
Not a crazy amount.
Mine's probably, let me type it in.
Have you done like a cross country?
I've not done cross country. No. I've done maybe like 12 hours.
Okay.
I think I split that up. What's the longest single trip drive without spending the night? I might be
without spending the. Have you done one with spending the night?
I mean without stopping, spending the night, and continuing on.
Okay.
Like a 107-hour drive, you cannot do that without stopping.
No,
you're
in fact,
stop.
you would probably have to stop 9 times.
Yeah,
really, how long would that? Would that take 2 weeks?
Well, I did Albuquerque, like Buffalo to Albuquerque, 4 times playing hockey down there. So, and that was a 3-day split.
Yeah.
And how much driving is that?
So it was 30-something hours total.
So you would drive like 8 to 12 a day?
Yeah, I think the way down there, I went Buffalo to St. Louis, St. Louis to Oklahoma City to Albuquerque.
Gotcha.
I think was my route on the way down. And then on the way back, it was maybe Albuquerque to Denver.
Okay.
Denver to maybe St. Louis again or somewhere, Nebraska.
Looks like St. Louis is usually in the middle here. I'm looking it up.
But I did one of those times on my way back after the season. I was so ready to be home.
You really pushed it?
I went, I think, 17 hours straight.
In one day.
Just walloped it through. I was supposed to stop in Chicago. I got to Chicago at like, I don't know.
Keep going.
10 p.m. I was like,
I'm just going to keep going.
I'm just gonna
I've got the quickest path of you left right now to Albuquerque being 26 hours,
which
is a fourth of this McGillney drive.
Yeah.
So it would take you, what, 3 days?
That was a 3-day trip. So
this trip is taking you 2 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
2 weeks. Russia's a big place.
Yes.
Let alone the Earth.
One of the kids I played with in New Mexico was actually a Russian kid, and he was from way out on that east side, and he would tell us about
the East Coast.
It's just not. It's a completely different country.
So really, it's also. I mean, what time did he get woken up again for his Hall of Fame?
3 a.m.
3 a.m. Time zones. He's probably like 3 time zones different from somebody that like when Fedorov got the call or something. So. Yeah, huge place.
Mogilny to the Hall of Fame. Good for him.
I remember him as a Leaf.
It's a big class. I remember him as...
I remember he's on bad Leaf teams in my memory.
Yeah, I remember.
Or maybe, were they bad or were they just... They were the Leafs. They were like kind of just there. Like, Sabres would dog walk them. Although he's not on that team anymore, are they? When the Sabres come back from 3 goals down in 2007... One of the greatest regular season games I remember as a Sabre fan. You see, like Sundin is on that team still, but I don't know if McGillney still is.
McGillney retired in 05-06.
Don't forget the Leafs used to be in the Western Conference.
Sure, right.
So like when you say who were they,
but not for me.
Well, until 1998,
right?
They're in the Western Conference. They moved in 1998,
and then 99. It's the conference finals.
Yeah. So like who were they back then?
Yeah.
For a long time, they might not have been as...
But like those early 2000s teams, what I remember is like they were...
Matt Sundin teams?
Sundin, and it would have been McGillney and Caberlet. Caberlet's on that team. But not nearly as good as the Sabres were like when the Sabres got good. Obviously.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to join us here on the show. It's it's Wednesday. It rained. Got a little bit of rain. I think
it's over already,
the next couple days is going to be pop-up showers, no washouts in the forecast that I see or that I've heard. Driving in this morning, listening, it was a lot of, here and there, it'll pass, we say popcorn showers? Are they a little bit bigger than popcorn showers? Just passing occasional pop-up storms, maybe a thunderstorm here or there?
Mm-hmm.
We are, by the way, for the dads out there that like to stand in the driveway or in the window and say this, we are very much entering, we needed this rain season. We are right there. It'll be like 5 days of dead heat. Yeah, we needed this rain.
Needed to just take the humidity out of the air.
Yeah.
At some point. Tonight's the NBA draft, by the way. 8 p.m. Any interest?
Only because the NBA will trade 3 of its 10 best players tonight.
Yes, that is...
I saw Jaylen Brown might get traded from the Celtics.
He might. There are rumors about the Celtics. The
Celtics might just tear it all down because Jason Tatum's hurt. And like, you know what we could do?
How about that?
We could take a year and fix some stuff and come back when he comes back.
They won the championship and had 2 stars in their mid-20s surrounded by a bunch of really good veterans. And it really was one injury, and they blew the whole thing to smithereens. It's all
they haven't totally yet.
Well, they're on their way to.
If they do trade Brown, yes.
Well, right. If they trade Brown, then that is blowing it up because they've traded 2 of their starters already, and they're listening to offers. Is the report from Shams at ESPN about it? But doesn't that take a lot of NBA's different, right? Hockey, you wouldn't see that happen because that takes a lot of stones to say we just won the championship. Like Tatum will be back at some point, and we're just like, no, we're not even going to try to win it next year. If they trade Brown, especially, but they are actively making their team worse right now.
Right? Like, how could they win it?
Well, the reason they could win it is because that Eastern Conference in the NBA is horrible.
But without Tatum, no, I don't know.
No, I know. But they're saying even, sure, they'd have to get lucky probably in a series or 2. They would know going in we're not the best team.
Yeah.
And for them, they're using that as opportunities. Okay, we're not the best team anymore. Let's tear it down and we'll build it back up for when Tatum's healthy again.
I have a quick football note to get to. I meant to get to this, and sometimes I just move on to a different tab and forget about it. So
is it Aaron Rodgers related?
He's not. Yeah, he's 9th on this list.
Oh, it's a list.
It's a list.
Okay.
Stephen Patton has put together a list of NFL quarterbacks. NFL analytics and graphics, and one of these guys that digs into the data and the tape and finds some stuff. And one thing I think about analytics, if I may use that term, maybe you're someone that hears that word and you get mad about it. Give me 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I might need more. Might be a minute. What he looked into was sack avoidance, and we know that sack avoidance is good.
Mm-hmm.
But what he went into was what happens after this quarterback avoids a sack.
Okay.
Because you could avoid a sack, throw the ball away. And if you do that every time, all right, you're avoiding sacks. You're avoiding negative plays, right? Isn't that, hey, throw it in the dirt, survive another play? Or you're Josh Allen. You avoid a sack, you run for 13 yards. Those are both avoided sacks. Those are 2 very different outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
So he picked up the top 10 quarterbacks in sacks avoided this year, and then charted what they did with those avoided sacks.
Mm-hmm.
And it paints an incredible picture about how it's not just avoiding the sack. That's the first step. The second step is what you do after avoiding the sack.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'd like you to try to tell me who the number 1 quarterback in the NFL last year was in avoided sacks.
And just the most that they
just
did at all?
Avoiding them.
Was it Allen?
No, Allen was 4th.
Jackson?
2nd.
Mahomes had a bad year at this. Was it Mayfield?
3rd. So Mayfield's 3rd in avoided sacks.
How many he did.
But what does Mayfield do after avoiding a sack? He does some good stuff. Not as good as Allen. Not as good as Lamar.
Okay.
In fact, the number of touchdowns in the league thrown after avoiding a sack is in the single digits. League-wide.
Yeah.
When you avoid a sack, it's about survival for so many of these guys and just, throw it away. Don't throw an interception. Let me get to a new set of downs. Or let me get to a new down. Let me get to 2nd down, 3rd down, punt. Allen and Jackson each have multiple touchdowns avoiding a sack. No one else does.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, sorry, one other guy does. One other player.
Is this the guy that's number 1?
This is the guy that is number 1. He avoided, by his count, by Stephen Patton Analytics. Lamar and Baker avoided 28 sacks. And this guy avoided 50.
Is it Is it Kyler Murray?
It is not Kyler Murray.
Because when I think of him avoiding.
The top 10 goes number 1, 50.
Yeah.
Number 2, 28, 3, 28, 27, 26, 25, 21, 19, 16. Number 1 player in the NFL, 50 avoided sacks.
Jaden Daniels?
No.
Jordan Love?
No.
Jalen Hurts?
No.
Purdy?
No.
Is it Herbert?
No.
It's not Mahomes, right?
It's not Mahomes.
Okay. Is it Bo Nix?
It's not Bo Nix.
Running out of quarterbacks here.
You're
that
missing
would
a
make
lot
sense.
of the top 10, too.
Oh, Burrow?
Burrow's 8th. Rodgers 9th. Allen 4th. Mayfield 3rd. Jackson 2nd.
Drake May?
No.
Gino. I mean, who is it? Who am I? Goff?
Nope. I'll give you one hint.
How surprising. Is this somebody that would shock people?
Yeah, you haven't gotten it because you're going to be shocked. I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
Think of a quarterback that was in chaos all year.
Oh, I know who it is. Stroud.
No, he was 6th.
Oh. Well, he was in chaos all year.
But you're getting closer.
Chaos all year.
The reality
you already
is,
told me Rodgers was 9th.
Stroud isn't as good as avoiding sacks as this guy.
Who was in chaos all year?
Who is
Caleb Williams?
Yes. Caleb Williams avoided 50 sacks.
Uh-huh.
The next closest was 28. What did Caleb Williams do with those avoided sacks? Not nearly as much. He's in an offense where he survives chaos and then gets a boatload of incompletions.
Also, can you get an avoided sack and then be sacked anyway?
Yes.
So, he could avoid one sack,
buy
time, and then hold on to it too long and get sacked, and that counts as a...
That happened to him twice.
Okay.
So,
only twice, though.
For Williams, on 50 avoided sacks, you have 11 completions.
Yeah.
And about 20 incompletions.
Okay.
10 scrambles, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. But to me, again, this gets to a point about analytics. What did Stephen Patton really do here? He took every time a quarterback got out of a sack or avoided a sack and said, what did these players do with it? And here's Allen and Jackson, who are great. Completions, a lot of scrambles, and touchdowns. Caleb Williams, a ton of incompletions. The case to me for Caleb Williams being great with Ben Johnson is this. Sack avoidance is incredibly important. It's so valuable. And what Williams might have now is the ability to avoid it and non-chaos offense with Ben Johnson, some structure, some better ideas, what to do. There's a reason he went number 1, and there's a reason the comps for him were Mahomes, because he's a freelancer.
Is he, though... Let me ask this, though. Is he not just avoiding sacks because he holds onto the ball so long that he is almost he's juicing up his own numbers because he refuses to throw the football?
Very possibly. But the point is, okay, Ben Johnson gets in there and gets things cleaned up, and he gets the ball out, and now he's...
You're going to want him to throw it quicker.
Right. But the ability is still there.
Right.
To have avoided twice as many sacks, almost, as anybody else. And I just found this little visual that Stephen Patton put together to be so interesting. This is an example of analytics. Oh, Josh is great at sacks, avoiding sacks. Yeah, so is Baker. Well, what's the difference in what they do when they avoid the sacks?
And it's a massive.
And it's very different. Will Levis, 10th in the league in avoiding sacks. What did he do when he avoided the sacks? Threw picks.
Right.
You can avoid a sack and then make a bigger mistake. So I found it to be just really interesting, and to see that Caleb Williams came in with 50 was amazing. So there you go. 803-0550. Brendan has chimed in. The longest road route in North America, Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, to Panama City. It looks like 130 hours.
Barely higher.
I mean, it's 23 hours higher.
Is
it not?
Right, okay, I guess. In context, yeah. No, it is. 130 hours. That would take 2 weeks. I think that would take 2 weeks. This is like, there was a thing like this with Dylan Cousins that I remember, that Cousins was from Whitehorse, and maybe it was early in his career, maybe it wasn't, when the Sabres went to Vancouver, and he had a bunch of family there, and I don't think it was the Sabre broadcast, maybe it was a different broadcast, said, this is homecoming for Dylan Cousins, and Whitehorse to Vancouver is like a 24-hour drive. It's just not even close.
It is really, once you get up in the Canadian Northwest, how far everything is from everything else, you might think, oh, Alaska and Seattle, those are pretty close, right?
Yeah.
No,
like
they are not
exactly.
close.
Like Whitehorse to Vancouver is a 27-hour drive. Vancouver to the Mexican border is 25 hours. So not really that close, I guess, for him.
803-0550 today. Darren Dreger tweets that the NHL board meets today. Ongoing speculation around Atlanta. Expect a general report on who's approached the NHL and from where. Atlanta's not the only one. And Kevin Weeks and David Pagnotta, Houston. The NHL might be talking expansion, Atlanta and Houston. Okay.
Not surprising that those would be the two cities.
Insert snarky playoff comment here if you want it. I didn't do it. That's how you know I'm mature now. I'm old.
Will they?
I'm an adult.
Will they just be the Thrashers again?
They should.
The Jets own it, but
it was a good name.
I'm sure they can get it back.
Listen, it was a good name.
Couldn't you see them wanting something brand new though?
I could.
New branding, and then Houston. What's a good Houston hockey team name?
Let's ask the chat.
Okay.
All right, chat. Name the Houston hockey team.
Yeah. We're going to go with Thrashers for Atlanta, so we need...
we can get a new one, too.
For Atlanta?
We can. I just think... I always thought the Thrashers name was actually kind of good. Named after a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Thrash. Come on, we have the Mammoth and the Kraken now.
Do you know that's one of those logos where I don't think I knew what it was until I was like 10 years old?
That it's a bird?
I thought it was just a tornado.
Yeah, the bird is actually a thresher.
A tornado with a stick in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the bird face is like kind of hidden.
Yeah.
Not really, but kind of.
We'll have to name it after a meme like the Kraken did if they really want to sell shirts. Great name. All right, we'll get a break in.
My biggest holdup is the Samuelsson part of it. To not have the sense that your fans are not mad about misinformation about Samuelsson. That might have been the highlight of their week as a Sabre fan, was the idea that he might no longer play for the team. He's got to be the most unpopular player on the roster.
It's up there.
If he's not number one, he's on the list.
The other players that would be listed below him are players that maybe people don't know are on the roster.
Right. Lafferty or somebody. So the idea that, okay, they are fed up with him and are ready to move on for a buyout that is basically a rounding error on their salary cap. I think that was met with
mocking. It was mocked. The concept was mocked.
The concept of them buying
him out was mocked. We haven't had that conversation once, and that's not fair to Sammy or something like that. Like that's
yes.
Yeah, I mean, the concept was mocked. We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. Mm-hmm. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth, because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was... maybe he doesn't care. There was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade. They absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuck, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, oh, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any hiding it.
To me, yesterday was a great example of, I listened to the press conference, and, sports, one of the things that sports is a monoculture. We all take in the same thing and then talk about it. It's kind of like The Sopranos or Game of Thrones. Yep. This is the Sabres show. Around here, everybody watches this show. And I watched yesterday's episode, and I came out of that episode thinking, man, wow. I mean, everything about what was said is the wrong tone to take. Am I nuts? The GM kind of approaches everything in some defiant, who are you, who is anyone to doubt me mindset. Like, where'd that come from? What's that about? And I thought how, when we talked to Brandon Beane, he's defiant about the draft, but he's earned it.
Right.
You can be defiant. He's got, we did this well. We did this well. What are you guys worried about? And even if we don't agree, you kind of have to say, like, well, I mean, he's passionate about what he's built, and he's passionate about these decisions, and it's not all been exactly right. But the guy's got a resume. The guy's got some wins on the card. I mean, not a Super Bowl, but whatever. Like, you can bring the receipts, and the Sabres GM cannot do that.
No, is it 2 of every 3 times there's a press conference that there is something that is off-putting?
Yeah.
How often is it? Like, taxes and palm trees maybe swallows everything whole and makes it seem like it happens all the time, but it's starting to happen a lot, I think.
All right, we're getting to the YouTube chat. We asked them to name the Houston hockey team. The best comment I saw was the Houston no state tax advantages. It's funny. It's funny. The Houston Gamblers, the Houston Cheaters, the Houston Melons, the Houston Arrows. Arrows has been used twice.
Arrows is their, and I think that's their minor league team now, the AHL team.
I think
it used to be.
I think it's gone now.
Okay.
Houston is not getting a team yet, but there's some reporting that a meeting today with the NHL, Atlanta's latest bid is going to come to light, and there might be another one. That's Houston. Meanwhile, Quebec's just up here like, hello, nobody. They built a rink.
They're
right?
never going to go there.
No,
they have a rink, but no. I like the idea of something space related.
I think that's, Rockets, Astros.
What about the Comets?
Isn't that the WNBA team?
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, well, they're gone now. 2008, they left.
But
yeah, the Houston Comets were a WNBA team.
The Houston Space Cowboys. The Houston... No, that wouldn't work. Armadillos. Houston Oilers. Can't do that. Well, I guess you could do that, but you're not going to. No, you can't do that. Edmonton. Right. The Coyotes, by the way, still kind of exist.
Yeah.
They're technically inactive, but they exist. They didn't take all the records and the trademarks to Utah. They left it in Arizona as it's like being called like a dormant franchise or something.
If a tree falls in the wood, does anyone hear it? This is the Arizona Coyotes. If you don't play games, are you a team?
Right. Yeah, like Wikipedia says they are an inactive, not former, they are an inactive professional ice hockey team.
Okay.
Does that mean their playoff drought
Hold
is
on,
still
hold
alive?
on, hold on. I mean, it's the softball.
Go ahead.
An inactive NHL hockey team. Oh, I won't. It's my birthday. I'm not gonna take that pitch. Sorry, it's a softball.
You held up your hand though for the YouTube. I wonder if Owen can get a logo up quick enough. We don't need to do that though. Into the hand.
I had something I was going to say to you right there.
The Houston problems.
Because Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Fold the franchise day one.
If that's the name.
I'd like to see that. Announce our logo and our name. We're the problems. And then the other owners are like, no, no, you're not. All right. Somebody else.
Yeah. Oh, good. Expansion drafts. Sweet. Take more players from us, please. That'll be fun.
Yep. All right. What else is going on in the chat? We leave it to the chat. More comments from the chat.
Houston filled the team names right now.
Houston Galaxy.
Houston Sabres.
No.
That's not fun.
Listen, we were all... This is the old man yelling at cloud. We all had a stage in our life where we thought, you know what is really cool when sports team names don't have an S at the end of them, and it's like a singular name. And then 1,000 of them came out, and we have to say, like, okay, let's take a break. Mammoth, Kraken, unless like 6 sports teams are singular names.
Yeah.
Old man yelling, sorry.
So, like, for instance, like somebody said the Houston Galaxy is an idea.
No.
Like, what if it was Galaxies?
Dumb.
Dumb? But better?
Yes, better.
Just because it's not singular.
But it's dumb.
Okay. The logo potential would be really cool, though. Like the old NFL Europe Frankfurt Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great logo.
The Houston...
Because how many of the new teams have been doing... Like, when's the last team that... The Mammoth is singular. Kraken is singular. Right? Teams that have entered sports. Like,
how about this one?
Is everything in the NHL recently?
The official bird of Houston is the night heron. The Houston Herons.
Not the night herons?
Just the herons. It's a yellow-crowned night heron.
The herons.
Houston Herons.
All right, I could get down with that. I'm into it. What about for Atlanta?
Well, I know the bird is the thresher. This is more bird radio we're doing here. Bird radio.
What's the call of the thresher?
I don't know what a thresher sounds like.
Me neither. Clearly.
Right. I just like looking up state bird, state insect, state this, state that. Of course, Kraken. They just said, like, we like this meme.
The city symbol on the flag, I guess, though, is a firebird. So the Atlanta Firebirds.
Was there a team at any point that was the Atlanta Firebirds?
I don't think so. Well, they had... Actually, okay, wait a minute. You know why this is actually good? It's combining the two teams that have been there.
The Fire and the Birds?
The Flames and the Thrashers.
Yeah.
Go Firebirds.
The Georgia Firebirds were a professional indoor football team from Albany, Georgia.
Okay. I think that's going to be tough to beat. I think you got to go Firebirds. There's not enough Firebirds in sports.
What's the policy on calling them the F-Birds? No?
Bettman won't like it, I can tell you that.
All right.
That might actually don't even mention it to him because that'll get him to block it, like, for the dumbest reasons. Like when they blocked the Seattle team from being the Metros because they had the Metro division. Right. Still unbelievable. They were going to be the Metropolitans until Bettman said, no, because we have the Metro division. Can't do that.
One question the chat brought up recently: are you and Nate ever going to race? Wasn't there a discussion?
I'm good to go. Where is he? Where is he?
Nate racing? Was it 40 yards?
It was a 40-yard dash. Yeah, and I was not physically able at the time.
And now you feel
some tight Achilles. That's some McCaffrey stuff going on.
You've been stretching?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
You've been prepping?
Been good for like a month or two now. So, yeah. Where is he? He wants to go. I'll do it right now. Actually, I would like to have shoes that aren't like.
Oh, the excuses.
I gotta have some sort of sneaker.
Oh, here we go.
I think. But I'll race Nate. How about Friday morning? Right after he's done with 100 holes.
That's a good time to race him.
How about Friday morning? Tomorrow night at when will you guys be done? I'll show up at the golf course with track
7 p.m. Nate and I have one big match we're playing in the middle of the 100 holes. We play together around like 12. So got to get a match going.
Like on holes 12 through.
Oh no, 12 p.m. Like
12
noon.
p.m.
So
I see the time.
I think it's going to be holes number 46 through 63, 64, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. 9, 18, 18, then that 18. So yeah, 46.
Do you get better as the day goes?
It's like a bell curve. Yeah, you get warmed up.
So that middle would be good then.
Probably.
Okay.
You get warmed up, and then there's a slow decline. Here's the best thing about playing 100 holes of golf in a day. After like the 40th hole, every bad swing, every bad shot, you just say like, "Oh, the fatigue swings are coming."
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not tired, you could just say that and like, "Oh yeah, we're really grinding out here." Oh, that was just fatigue. You did that on the third hole too. That's not important.
Mm-hmm.
Who's keeping track here? Give me an over/under on birdies to hit. How many birdies you want from me? On 100 holes.
What's your career high?
On 100?
Yeah. Man, look at this rain out here.
Let's just say it's not as high as I wished it would be.
Over/under 7.5.
Okay, it's a big number for me to hit. I'll try.
I think you can hit it. 8 out of 100. That's 8%.
Good math.
That was an easy one. I do like the app that the USGA app that you put your scores into. I will like looking at the stats sometimes to see how because that'll give you a percentage of how many holes are birdie holes for you.
Right.
Which for me, I think it's like 4. It's like 3 or 4%.
Have you seen anyone
doing 8%? I feel like it's fair.
Have you seen anyone launching the new movement that like par itself, keeping par is stupid? I saw.
What do you mean?
That we shouldn't have par on golf courses. The slope should be the thing, because a par 72 easy course and a par 72 really difficult course
are very
different.
Very different.
The golfer kind of knows in their own head, oh, like an 80 here is bad and an 80 here is amazing.
Yeah.
And it's the same score. And anyway, I've seen a little bit of a movement. Like, why don't we just start to employ some version of, no, you know what? This is not a par 72. This is a par 68. It's easy here. Make it harder.
So, but what are you doing then? You're calling par 4s that are easy par 3s?
I don't know. I think a little bit of the movement is to get rid of par as a measuring stick.
Getting rid of it
altogether.
Altogether. So there's no such thing as a par 5, basically. I don't like this.
Yeah, I know. Houston Celestials. Houston Armadillos.
Okay.
Someone in the chat said the Houston Whitneys.
I don't get it.
Whitney Houston? Come on.
I'm in.
No, I mean, I didn't get it. I didn't get it either, but.
I didn't get it, but.
Any more names from the chat? We tapped out.
That might be it. That's considered doable. In Extendo, there was a concert yesterday for a certain group of NFL players.
All right,
and then also there's an NHL prospect that I think defies the laws of physics.
Okay. What was your larger takeaway from yesterday? There's a lot of little stuff to dig into, but the press conference itself got a lot of reaction from Sabres fans, I think, that called this station, listening to the afternoon show. What was your biggest takeaway, zooming out on what Kevin Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say?
Believe it or not, the one thing that really stuck with me, and maybe I'm the only one that said this really stuck with me, is Kekalainen. His home base is going to be in Columbus. My ears really perked up with that, and I thought, that's not what I thought this was. I mean, I really, on the other side of the coin, one thing I think was very encouraging is what he said about Alex Tuch, because I think that's an extremely important re-signing. And, I don't think Alex Tuch was, at the end of the season, he just sounded like, if you were a Buffalo Sabre fan, I think I'd be a little bit worried what he sounded like. Now, he didn't say he didn't want to be here or anything like that, but he also didn't say that he did. And it was just kind of like, But, Kevin Adams has said twice now, he said it in April and again, that this is a priority. He has made it very clear to Alex Tuch that he is a priority. He said that Alex Tuch wants to be back. And, so I think if you're a fan, I think that was a positive part that you heard there, that a guy, because he has a skill set and does things on the ice that just nobody else on the team does. And I think he's an extremely important part of this team if they are going to get better to be here. So I think that at least was an encouraging part of the press conference.
We all know all the stuff, all the smoke about Peterka is real. Mm-hmm. So that goes back to November when we started to kind of talk about that. Adams would not answer about Peterka, and that's, he doesn't want to lie, okay? So he didn't. He said, I don't want to talk about it.
And in that, he basically told the truth without really telling the truth, because he did not do a great job of hiding it at all.
No.
If there was... maybe he doesn't care. There was a goal in that press conference to not confirm to everybody that Peterka has asked for a trade. They absolutely did not do that yesterday.
Right.
Under no circumstance did they do that. I mean, it might be tough because they did talk the way about Alex Tuch, the way you might have hoped they would talk about Peterka, right? Like, we've talked to him and he wants to be here and be a part of the solution. Like, no, we heard you talk about two separate players in the same press conference in very different ways. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any hiding it. So it is tight end university week.
No Bills.
In Nashville. No Bills?
No Bills, right? No Bills attending tight end university.
I didn't notice in the picture. Yeah.
Too focused. No time for
too dialed
tight
in.
end U.
Well, they're missing out because this year at tight end U, there was a friends and family concert.
This year it was also sponsored by a beer.
And it was sponsored by... That's right. I don't have
Tight
the
End
one in front of
University,
me.
brought to you by
somebody. And they had a friends and family concert where Taylor Swift made a performance. So did Kane Brown, who's like a country star, and a couple of other people. So it was like a full concert.
Is Jonnu Smith there?
You know, there's the picture of the tight ends, and I honestly didn't recognize as many as I thought I would.
One quick thing on last moment thing here on Peterka. I forgot to mention throughout the day. Maybe you'd seen this. So for the World Cup, the rosters for the Olympics, the first six, what was it? The first six for the World Cup?
For the Olympics.
Olympics, sorry. Yeah. Every nation picking its first six players.
Yep.
And Peterka did not make that top six, which he arguably should have. And the German account tweeted, or some account over there tweeted.
It was like the German Hockey Federation.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one of the reasons he was not on the team is because he doesn't have a contract. And that, like, you'd think, well, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
And the answer is if he's not under contract, he's not insured.
Yes.
He can't be on the team. He's not going to play without some level of insurance.
Right.
So, like, could the agent start to take that to another level? Like, he wants to play international, and the team won't give him a contract. They don't want to pay him. They want to bridge him. I don't know. I thought it was finally explained to me in a way that I can understand it.
Yeah, because the NHL would have to pay the insurance, or the team would, for him going over there. And if he's not under contract, then the double IHF would be on the hook for it then, I believe, and they don't want to do that. So they didn't announce anybody that wasn't under contract. Also, that deal is not signed yet. Like, they're going. Obviously, they've been announced. Like, Crosby's going. Like, they're announcing NHL players. So they're going, but that deal is not signed yet. So that's another reason why I think you didn't see it. Speaking of the NHL draft, what I mentioned going into the break, there is a Jay Fresh Hockey is a good hockey follow on Twitter.
Yep, good data viz.
Yep.
As I don't know if the kids say that, but it's data viz.
So they have now a chart or whatever profile for every single draft eligible player in this year's NHL draft, and the very last ranked player on their draft board is a kid from Belarus who is 17 years old and is eligible to be drafted on Friday and Saturday, and he is listed at 4'11", 88 pounds.
What's his name?
Vladislav Venzenko.
I got to see.
Insert your Sabre jokes here.
I'm going to
Sounds like a Sabre already.
I'm going to want to see some highlights of this kid. Gerby was 5'4".
I looked up his stats. He puts up, some points. What was Gerby?
5'4".
Gerby was built like a truck, though.
He was always fun to watch. He was so fun. Yeah.
This probably, I'm also guessing, is just a case of this team hasn't updated his, height and weight since he was 12.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Hey, you can be caller 5 right now. It's time for Frank's Mr. Plummer Plunger Toss with the Bisons. Be caller 5 to score 4 tickets to the Buffalo Bisons home game on June 29th at 1:05. That's Sunday. Try your luck at tossing a plunger into Hank the Tank, the giant 6-foot toilet, for a chance to win a Frank's T-shirt signed by a Bisons player. Make sure you're ready to throw, because you must participate in the plunger toss to win these tickets, courtesy of Frank's Mr. Plummer. You going to this game? That is a pact. That is a blood vow. You are going to be in this plunger competition.
Mm-hmm.
So go win it and win that T-shirt signed by a Bisons player. All right. I'll be back on Monday, post-draft, post all these knock-your-socks-off trades. I'm ready to
ready with rants because nothing has happened.
I mean, that's pretty much how it goes. I'm ready to reclaim big things happen when I'm off. I've got a lot of days off coming up.
What would have to happen for you to really take that title back?
What's the last thing that happened for you?
The Bills cut half their team the one time I was off last year.
Yeah, I don't remember the last thing I was
Poyer
off
and
for.
Trey White and Morse and Yeah. Like if they traded for Pettersson this weekend.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good.
I'll be ready. All right. Thanks for calling, texting, tweeting, listening, all that stuff. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up.